Okay, so that means maybe my grocery store might have some somewhere, and I'm gonna look that up.
Is everyone hydrated?
For once, I am hydrated, Rubik's, because I was sick, and then I kind of got over it. Now I think it's coming back.
See, I really don't like YouTube streaming like setup because like every time like if you accidentally disconnect or your internet flakes out for a second, it creates an entirely new link and an entirely new stream for that session. So everyone who's watching the old session just they're gone if they're not paying attention or if they don't pay attention, you're just they're not going to know that you're still streaming. It's dumb. I hate it.
Why would it do that? That's so weird.
They just don't. They
So
don't have dedicated links for like a user streaming, or they might. I don't.
Wow.
No, they don't. They don't. You create an individual video every time. So
Yeah, you're right. I totally had to hop into a new stream and like nobody's here yet except for maybe like one person.
there were 30 people. It said 30 for a second there, but it's gone.
Are you able to go to the old stream and like type in the chat that it moved, that you need to refresh the browser, or what?
I said it before I moved, so I was hoping people were paying attention. I probably could have typed it. That would have been a good thing to do as a creator. But my typing hand has got Ritz crackers in it. Dry Ritz crackers.
Well,
delicious.
that's on you, buddy.
Right.
You've done that yourself.
Alright, you guys, entertain my guests. I'll be right back.
I'm just kidding.
I can juggle for you.
I'm sure we would love to see that.
I think I juggled some tangerines while I was with you guys in Portland.
Sounds about right.
That does track. It
What
is
does
right about
drinking
now.
cheese mean? What?
Oh, don't fucking drink cheese.
Who drank cheese? Drinking cheese. Oh. Hydrate yourself with cheese? Wait,
No,
what
it's
kind
not.
of cheese? Is there a drinkable cheese? I mean, I'm sure you
No.
could make cheese drinkable, but like I need to know for reasons. I see Trolliluxin up to some shenanigans.
Hi, Trollo.
Trolla-la-la-la-la-la-la.
Hello.
Ha 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 ha.
Milk is drinkable cheese.
I don't. That's not really how it works.
I don't know that I
cheese
could agree with that statement.
It's more like cheese is chewable milk.
Oh God,
Yes.
please no.
Yeah, I feel like more in that direction.
Ew.
I don't actually chew. I don't chew cheese though. I just kind of like throw my head back like a seagull and like let it slide down my gullet.
Igster, my whole thing.
Max, I don't know why I also imagined as you said that, like cawing like a seagull.
Probably.
Yep, I did too.
But that's what my brain did, so that's now how you must do it from now on.
Ew.
Ew. Or like gagging like a seagull.
Eat that loaf of milk.
Oh my
God.
I'll give that to a frisking Cherisite girl who came up with that.
I must ask again, is everyone hydrated?
Loaf of milk.
Yeah, we're hydrated. No, Akari, these are my crackers. You can't have any. I need the entire sleeve of Ritz to myself, because I'm a fatty.
You're unhinged.
Dry Ritz.
Yeah, unhinged.
Okay, here's the thing. Honestly, I would love to break out this new jar of peanut butter I just got and eat some Ritz with peanut butter on them. But I want to eat this whole sleeve of Ritz crackers, and peanut butter's got a lot of
By
calories. I don't need
Peanut
the
butter's
extra.
delicious.
I don't need the extra calories.
So
I
you're
hope Hero came
prioritizing
with a-
the entire sleeve over
My guy gets
adding
gum.
stuff to make
Like,
it better.
I'm
What do you-
prioritizing my ADHD desire to eat out of boredom.
Yeah, get some gum.
That's why I like popcorn so
fair.
much.
Also, suckers have been great for that. Because it gets the oral fixation, like, satisfied without you just having a crap ton of calories for no reason.
Choloxum, thank you for the gifted membership. Who got it?
Wild.
2 gifted memberships. Kyle Higgins and Mike Arnett. Strangely normal names.
Good old Kyle.
Sus.
Kyle's a shit name, I'm gonna be honest. Ow.
I think Trollolol is also asking if Mithra's okay.
And she responded saying, mostly tired and
yes, I see
stressed,
that.
but coping.
Yes,
Hmm.
that's the usual, right? The baseline.
I'm not usually this stressed.
So a
I
little bit
hope
of extra
not.
stress on top. A little extra stress cherries on top.
It's like that salt guy, just sprinkling a little bit of extra stress.
Salt Bay, get it right.
Salt Bay, yeah, Salt Bay. Love that guy.
I heard he was a bad person, though. Am I wrong?
He's a douche.
Yeah,
I'm not
I
gonna
was gonna say definitely gives off douche vibes, but I literally know nothing about him other than he sprinkles his food with salt in a very silly manner.
Provocative manner? I don't know. Provocative.
All I remember was one video about how there are some allegations that he doesn't treat his workers very well. And there's a situation where there was like a fire in one of his restaurants that like badly burned someone, and he didn't like acknowledge anything about it. I don't know.
What a douche.
That's yeah, and then he was acting.
What is on your screen?
What the fuck is that
Oh, what the
creepy monster shit? What is that?
No, see, that's that other creator's OC, right?
That's Uhis.
Yuhis. So why is Yuhis a horse? You horse?
Him and I haven't posted this image yet. I'm gonna post it on Monday, but it's when those mushrooms you scavenged for that night's stew were a little bit more special than you expected. So they're both high as shit.
That's
Tripping
funny.
balls, apparently.
See, look at his eye. Wait, hold on. Why can't I see my mouse? It's confusing. Look at the pecs.
That's a neck. That's a neck.
Quiet you.
Oh, that is pretty funny, actually. That's very large and glassy.
I was gonna do that thing where the lizard like licks his own eye, like yeah.
Oh my god, you should! Or like have him drooling or something.
Like my little slime buddy over here.
Yes. Garo, how you doing, buddy?
He must be prepping something real big for us, because he hasn't said anything yet.
Where's Kevin?
He's not here today. Because he's lame.
What's his reason this time?
I don't remember.
Out of state.
I say we should just make him a guest star, and he has to play something different every time he comes on.
I'm gonna like.
I am more worried about their need for a loincloth. Yes, Uhis needs a loincloth. You might say he needs it twice as much as the normal person.
Oh,
Okay.
Because, you know,
no.
lizard
Oh.
anatomy.
Reptilian
Oh, yes,
anatomy.
indeed. Lovely.
Oh, there's a fact that I could drop right now that I don't think anyone necessarily needs.
Is it
to
about
hear
the
in
fact
their
that
life.
sharks have 2 dongers?
No. Star-nosed moles have 4 tips to their penis.
So do echidnas. So whenever you see Knuckles the echidna, just remember.
Why do you guys know this?
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, where are you like Googling like how many what animal has the most penises? Like
No,
what?
I'm not Googling that. I watch
How are
animal
you
videos
coming
on
across?
YouTube.
I see.
Sai and Max just open up a folder on their computer that says
Just-
penis facts.
It's just the folder weird shit.
Penis facts.
Or how like barnacles technically have the biggest penis relative to body size.
Yeah, it's like twice the size of their body,
Sai,
isn't it?
what the fuck?
No, it's because like you know how barnacles reproduce? They sit next to each other and then like they're in a shell though, right? So literally they reach over to the guy next to him.
Poke.
Poke.
Ew.
Baby.
Like knock on the other person's like shell.
Like stick them inside. I'm pretty sure they stick them inside the other person's shell.
I'm just gonna
That's
see.
not
you
very
know,
polite. They should definitely
Welcome
knock
to
first.
D&D new viewers.
Excuse me, I'm just gonna
I mean,
slide.
how
Where
do
we
you,
talk about random
how do you
animal
think bar-
penis facts.
How-
Talk
do you
about
think
sliding into
barnacles,
those DMs.
Pretty much. Cool.
At some
Don't worry.
point, I think we will start D&Ding, but
I mean,
I guess for now
yeah,
we're still.
so
Rubik's.
chat, who is
There he is.
for the recap this week?
Okay, who's on the chopping block today? Hold on, let me put together a the word for it.
Iggy, sadly we've not started playing. This is just
A poll,
our
that's the
brain.
word. I had to think of sharks again. Because I have to do 2 polls. Who did it last week?
I don't remember.
Start poll. I think I got everyone. Let me do one on the YouTube end. Wow, has it been? Why can't I remember how to do a freaking poll? Here we go. Road tab Othala tab add option Mithra and Taz. I put the order different on each poll so that way there's no like first selection bias.
How generous of you.
I'm smart. I'm wicked smart.
Mm.
Did you know that animals have pouches like quokkas and kangaroos tend to throw their squealing babies out of their pouches when facing a predator to ensure their safety and survival? It's like
Yes,
an
I did know that.
ejector seat.
Yeah, no, literally, like when I think what is it, dingoes are the ones that tend to chase quokkas, and they will just chuck the babies if they think they can't get away. Then they...
Definitely not stalling until Kayla's here, because Kayla was part of this scene.
I
Yeah.
mean, we can stall. I can pull facts out of my ass. Great.
Wouldn't
I
we have
watched
to
the whole.
stall for like another 30 to 40 minutes though? Like,
Yeah, I don't think we can
I mean,
stall
that's
that
not-
long.
I don't.
That's not hard to
Definitely
do though. Like there's this catfish in the Amazon that it is very likely exaggerated, but the chance isn't 0, so it's still horrifying. Where there's this teeny tiny species of catfish. where they were like, "Don't go swimming because it'll swim up your dong." And it has spikes on itself, and it'll get stuck.
Oh, I've seen that. Like not in real life, but I've heard that fact before. That's terrifying.
You're welcome.
Assassin snails.
Assassin snails are cool.
What's an assassin snail?
Well, we can't tell you, otherwise we'd have to kill you.
Yes.
Shit.
No, I have no idea.
Mithra, you won on both ends.
Wow,
Huzzah!
I never win these.
Well, technically Taz lost by like 1 vote. So
I see.
Ah, shucks.
Wait, was Kayla on there?
no.
Did Kayla do the recap last time?
No. Michaela's not here to do the recap, so
I think this is a failure of the democratic process.
this is America. The democratic process doesn't mean shit.
That's what I mean.
Alrighty. Chop chop, story girl.
Ding!
Wow. I hate you. Alright. What was last
Story
episode?
girl.
Last
New nick-
episode was tests and assignments where we were successfully did not die in the Shadow Realm, and we were pulled out of it, and everyone looked vaguely traumatized, except Mithra because she got pulled out early because Nirabuni, her tabaxi friend, had come looking for her. So we finally meet Ashley, and she's kind of interesting. But now technically we are all associates of the Ember Coalition. So our first little assignment is to investigate their contaminated food supplies, which have been rotting at an unnatural pace. So we bang our brains together and come up with some theories that may or may not be accurate. More than likely not accurate. But we decide that we should go investigate some people, and well, maybe not closest. The first spot we decide to check out is one of the farms was it one of the biggest farms, Scarrow, or was it just like one of the farms?
This was the farm that Road had some previous association with.
And he totally mischaracterized Boy. So I thought he was gonna be a dickhead, but turns out Boy's actually a pretty nice guy. But Rhode's gonna keep his preconceived notions.
That's fine. But yeah, so we go investigate a farm that Road had previously worked on. We meet the owner, who is a dickhead. What was his name? Tom, I think.
I believe his name is Tom.
Yes. We go talk to Tom, who is a dickhead, and then we meet his son Boy, who is less of a dickhead, but a huge dude. And so we do some snooping. Everyone kind of does some variation of snooping, the episode ended with Mithra and Kayla snooping around the kitchen, and we found evidence of them doctoring the books, which technically we do not care about. Like, we don't care if they doctor their books. But on really unfortunate timing, which I would love to know the reason as to why he came in at that moment, Boy walked in on them, snooping.
Who was supposed to be doing the distraction? Wasn't me.
You guys outside talking to him.
Nope. I never even went close to the house because they would have recognized me. Maybe.
Well, okay, so I'm sorry. Let me rephrase. Not you, not Road specifically, because yes, Road went to snoop around some warehouse, and he didn't, because Tom would actually recognize him. But Othala and Taz and I think Ashley was still there, wasn't she?
I was entertaining the dad. I don't know what the
Okay,
boy
well,
was
you were
doing.
entertaining the dad, and someone did not
I think
run interference enough on a boy. So me and Kayla are now staring down. How tall is he? He's like 7 foot for a human. I don't know.
that was a IRL mistake. I walked away from the mic temporarily, and so
Oh
apparently
yeah,
boy got away while I had to
literally,
go take care of
literally
something
looked
important.
away for a second, and boy
I
walked
literally was
away.
gone for a second. Yeah.
Learn to hold it, for fuck's sake.
I
There we
have.
go.
Never mind. I'm not gonna go into this.
You're welcome. That is how Mithra would have recapped that.
All right, and that's the recap done. So I believe that Mithra gets inspiration for doing the recap.
Oh, do I? Wow.
Yeah. That was probably like the
Well, I
most
might have.
like pretty straightforward recap as well. So A
Well,
plus.
Oh, okay.
everyone in this group has some form of mild ADHD
Mild.
when it comes to doing the recap.
So true though. That's so true.
I don't know what to tell you. It's not my fault. All right, Garrow,
Okay.
you're up.
Sorry, I opened the fridge door and thing fell out and spilled all over the place. Was cleaning up.
Learn to hold it.
Nice.
Sorry.
Haha.
Trolloluxon's gonna be playing Kayla today.
Halo the mute.
Okay, so yeah, we come back to. So yeah, we come back to the scene with the large boy, boy Broadgill, standing inside the door, holding an empty basket, looking at Mithra and Kayla as the two of you are like reaching in between an icebox and a counter and pulling out the doctored documents. Boy, having stepped in and seen the two of you, stops and goes, "I wish you didn't do that." And like sets the basket down.
Now I have to break
much-
you.
Oh,
How much did you see?
hey. I'm. Fuck.
I'm just loving like your character's like eyes
so-
like darting back and forth when you talk. It's just like fuck.
It's yeah, so he like sets it down and he's like, "I thought you were gonna be. You were supposed to come in and use the bathroom. You weren't supposed to come in and snoop." And
I did use the bathroom, to be fair. Here, okay, listen. I'm gonna take the papers and I'm gonna kind of set them like it not on the kitchen. Well, I guess on the kitchen counter or like whatever flat surface is nearest to me. I would just kind of set them there. Be like, look, boy, is if Mr. Broadgill, I don't know what you would prefer to be called. I'm sorry you had to walk in on us like that. I'm gonna be straight with you. We don't really care about the special parts of those documents. Um, quite.
but why are you guys snooping anyway? Aren't you? You're supposed to be coming testing the produce for
We
a
are.
follow for the Vandergrims. You don't need to
Yes,
be
yes.
going. You need to step out now. He's like seems to so at first as he's like overcome this initial like bout of shock, he's like beginning to find himself. I'm gonna have to call my dad in here, and he's gonna
Can we before you call your dad, can we talk very quick? Can I just lay this out for you before you go get him?
Uh,
Because I prefer talking to you than I prefer talking to him.
did you say that verbatim?
Mhm.
Roll a persuasion with advantage.
Eat. All right. Dice.
I would
Ooh,
guide you, but
okay.
you're across the room, and I don't know where
10.
Othala is right now.
Okay, how does remind me how the inspiration works on this?
So,
Is it a
with
D4 or
inspiration, inspiration you can re-roll a d20.
can I use that now?
Sure.
Okay.
While she's rolling, Garrow, how far away is Othala from the situation? Because I imagine she
Okay,
may be
that's not
like,
better.
You are outside.
yes, would she have, because how far did he walk into the house? Because what I'm imagining is like she turned for like a second because Taz was probably doing something with the old man that was like obnoxious. And so she was turning to say something to them, and then she turned back and boy was gone. Um, so I think presumably she would have tried to follow him into the house. So I don't know. What do you think about that? Like how close she could get to him?
So you are currently outside. So the way that this looked from outside the house, so from the perspective of um, Taz and Othala, Ashley at this point is beginning to like sneak off to go investigate and be generically helpful somewhere else, since Ashley's player is not going to be here today. Um, So yeah, so from your perspective, Taz and Othala, you're sitting there talking to Tom, and kind of keeping his attention. Boy had come by with, or had like gone into the, or yeah, gone into the house, like gotten a basket and like comes out with the produce and is like serving you guys like salted tomato slices. And as the basket emptied out, he's about to head like back inside the house. Um, and yeah, this would not have been like an unusual or unexpected thing.
He was such a
But
gentleman
I
too.
currently know that they're inside, right? Like, or did I not know that they had gone inside?
I don't think anybody communicated. Oh
Okay.
wait, actually, you would have seen Mithra actually go inside. Kayla was the
She
only one
said
who
she went to
snuck
the
in there.
bathroom.
Yeah,
So,
Mithra had asked to go use the bathroom. So
I
yeah, there's
mean,
this. I would say that they would probably not realize that there's anything amiss.
with my passive insight of 11, I wouldn't have been able to understand that she had gone to the bathroom, not to just go to the bathroom, but like to be Snoopy.
You guys just met like
It's
last
fair.
night. Yeah, so I'm gonna say in this case, like you're probably unless something happens to like trigger your attention, there's probably not much here to like grab your attention, to be honest.
So I'm just hanging out on the porch, thinking everything's fine, waiting for Boy to come back outside. So,
Yeah, so as far as you know, you guys came here at Road's direction. Because Road is like, oh yeah, I know some farmers near where Viry said that they shop. So the most likely place where they were getting food is probably somewhere around there. So Road
mm,
was like, yeah, let's go and check out this place where I'd worked a couple of times, and you know it was shitty when I was there, but it's probably one of the best spots to at least start looking. If we don't go straight to the sand supplier. So you
mhm.
guys, following Road's direction, came up here, and presumably while you're traveling between floors, had gotten kind of like the skeleton of a plan, saying like, okay, Road saying like, okay, he's probably gonna recognize me, so I'm not gonna go and talk to him. And Othala being like, oh great, I'm a people person, I'm a businessman, like I'm gonna go talk to him and like be the face.
Mhm.
While everybody else like does their investigation, I'm gonna see what I can find out from him, and everybody else is gonna like kind of to sneak off and do their things.
Cool,
So
cool, cool, cool.
presumably, like that's what makes sense to me as to like what happened on the way here.
I mean, we did discuss me being some sort of distraction while other people investigated, but I guess I don't. I mean, if Mithra had said she was going to go and talk to the people with me, I don't know that I would have thought that she would switch gears. But also, going to the bathroom in a stranger's house is like number one, like, nobody does that, like, unless you're gonna be Snoopy. So, like, I guess the question would be, like, how smart is Othala with catching on to that? Or does she think Mithra is just fucking weird?
Would Othala notice that closely of people, like, other people's? What is happening?
Am I
I
supposed to be
don't.
the rabbit, Max? Is
Well,
this
let's
what
see,
you wish upon?
I have
Is
a
this
really
the fate
bad
that you wish
pat-
upon me?
I do have a very terrible passive perception, which is 9, but my passive investigation is 14, which is pretty decent. So
Yeah, so Othala, I'm gonna go ahead and just say, like, unless it's unlikely to have caught your attention. You are just outside, so you're about like 15 feet from where this has happened, but there is a
Is-
closed door between you
yeah.
and what's happening.
So I wouldn't, unless I hear something, raised voices
Yeah.
or something like that. I am just chilling on the porch watching. I don't know, whatever the hell Taz is talking about with the old man.
Yeah, so as of now, like the blow by blow of what's happening is the two of you are having like this business conversation because your cover for being here is that this is the Vandergrim and her representatives
Mhm.
trying to like get a direct line on like food supply.
Mhm.
So that's your cover. That's what you guys have been talking about with Tom, and like Boe is like gone into salesman mode, and is like offering samples while all of the actual laborers are like on break over near where Road is off to.
Mhm. And we'll say, Boy did such a good job that Othala is considering absolutely stocking up her kitchens with this product because holy hell, it's pretty good.
Cut to
Yeah,
30 minutes from now when
it's
we've burned
certified
this
like
place to the
wholesome
ground.
ingredients.
Yeah. She's
Yeah,
also
and
thinking of it as a way to funnel more secretive money. So she might be able to like crunch some numbers and do some weird shifty stuff as well with this.
so yeah. In the meantime, yeah, that's basically the situation as it stands. Is that you and Taz are running interference at the moment. Taz because she has like a natural affinity for like the wee folk, not like in size, but just like I was gonna say the commoners, but that's not quite the vibe I was going for either. Peasants. Anyway, and so yeah, Taz is kind of like shooting the shit with Tom. You're like talking business, boys in salesman mode. And then like all of this has happened in the space of a few minutes. Road wandered off, Ashley wandered off, and Kayla wandered off. All presumably have been kind of given a little bit of cover by you guys. Saying like, oh yeah, they're gonna go like tour the property. Like they'll stay within like, or at least Ashley and Kayla, who have been seen by the owners of the farm. I'm like, oh, they're just gonna like look around. It's fine. We'll come up with a nice like fat contract here, and so and so and so on. And then Mithra, who had been in the conversation with you guys, said, hey, can I go to the restroom? And Boy, who had like gotten that kind of like, oh hey, you're like my type, kind of thing going on, said, oh, I'm not going to make you go into like the smelly outhouse that like the laborers use. Go ahead and use ours inside. And Mithra like snuck off inside, where unbeknownst to the rest of you, Kayla had already like popped in a window. So
All right. So
Salt
I'm
of
not
the
doing
earth
anything.
is what I think
I'm
you were
just
going
gonna...
for.
Yeah, salt of the earth. That's a good one.
Salt. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. So yeah, that is the situation in summary. In a long
it's been
summary.
a couple weeks.
So
You're the salt of the. Sorry, I meant
Recap.
scum.
yeah, so that's it. Taz and Othala are giving cover to everybody else as they investigate, and if the two of you manage to like find out information from Tom, so much the better. That was kind of like the broad skeleton of the plan that you guys had come up with while you were coming up to the Broadgill farm.
There was a plan?
I'm giving you more credit than you
There-
probably
There was no
deserve,
plan.
but
There
no
was a
plan.
ghost. There was a
There
ghost
was
of
a
something.
concept of a plan.
Oh god.
But also, we are never good with plans. Garrett, quick question. With the inspiration, since I was already rolling an advantage, do I get to reroll again at advantage or no?
if you want to spend your inspiration, you can do so.
Yes, I do.
I would say probably not a second roll with advantage. Basically, like a double advantage. Roll twice or roll like 3 times and take the best.
Okay. All right. Do I? Okay, now I have to decide. Do I? So the highest roll that I got was a 10. Do I use an ability now, or do I try and wait for me to talk first?
It's up to you.
Do it now.
Do it.
The issue is, there's a I'm trying to do something, and there will be I'm hoping there will be another roll after I'm done talking, and I'm really scared if I fuck up that roll, I won't have this to fall back on.
That's
So
fair.
beside you right
you
now
do
is
you.
Kayla. There's a closed door between you and the outside. Kayla's kind of like making eyes to the window next to you where she broke in.
Yes. I really just don't want him to bring his dad in here right this second.
Okay. So yeah, with a 10 on persuasion, saying I'd rather just talk to you. Boy does like close the door behind him, and you hear the latch shut. Okay, you've got 1 minute. Explain yourselves.
Oh, I'm glad I'm a fast talker. So yes. So the rich girl, Athala, Grim. I've seen her name around, but honestly, I try to avoid that kind of folk. Her thing, yes, she is interested in your produce, as are we. However, on kind of a second layer to that is that not the Vandergrims, because they're rich and privileged, but the people who work for her, or our coworkers, I guess you could say, is their food supplies have very recently been contaminated in a very bad way, and we've been trying to figure out what's going on with that. So we were sent to look into some of the farms that potentially could be a cause. And we're not trying to get you in trouble. I want to make that clear. Because we don't think it's the farmers being malicious. We're just thinking it's someone else being malicious. And your place here is honestly, you have a mighty fine place here, and I think it's clear you care a lot about the quality of your crops. So I'm not trying to attack you. And like I said, we don't really care if you're cooking the books or doing whatever you're doing, because that's your livelihood, and we're not worried about that. We just don't want our people getting sick or losing supplies that they need to survive. You feel me? So I am sorry.
Real quick,
we
sorry.
kinda...
Sorry. Trollalox, and thank you for the 2020 gifted memberships. I'm sure all of our new people really like them. So thank you. Back to Sai.
So the longer that you talk, you watch Boy's expression go from one of like suspicion to like confusion to concern. And so he like kind of pulls one of the chairs around to the front of the table and sits down in it. Okay, so I think I understand what you're saying. You think food from my farm has been making people sick, but not her people, not the wealthy, but more like and he's gonna like do the 2 fingers, like the you and me, like alternating, pointing to himself and yourself. This is My food is good. It's wholesome. There's nothing in there that should be toxic to anybody.
And that's what I mean. Just walking around your place, we don't think necessarily it's just your farm. This was just the first stop we stopped at on this kind of
Where
ongoing investigation that's going on right now.
where did you get the food from? You bought it somewhere, I assume.
Garrett, I would remember where they got their food from, right?
So yeah,
Ish.
Viry had yeah, Viry had said that so Darius is like, for all intents and purposes, he's the master of the house for the Ember Coalition. Um and
Master of
he
the house.
yeah,
Sorry.
so he says that he got their food from an Ithasan black market dealer because they could get it at wholesale rates without actually like needing to keep a record of the purchases. Um, for those of you, actually all of you, have lived within Maelhaven for long enough to know that whenever anything is bought or sold, the satrap of coins requires that there is a record of the purchase, and that is a magically binding situation. As in this, the satrap of coins, you guys know, gets a copy of everything, of each of those receipts, like sent to his satrapy. Um, so it's a common tactic of black market dealings to avoid writing stuff down. Um, so yeah, it is absolutely illegal to do this, which is why the Ithasand is the only one that really gets away with it. But yeah, the black market dealer that Darius had been shopping with is a dwarf named Jackson Oresnout. Um, and he is
How do you
up
spell that last name? I'm sorry.
Oresnout, Oresnout,
Okay.
or Oresnout, like a
Okay.
so.
And when he says like us normal people, I would clarify a little bit, and like the ones that have to buy the food a little under the radar, if you're catching my drift. So again, we don't care that you're doing it. We're just trying to figure out what, who, or what may be the source.
So Boy turns his massive head over and looks at, like, make sure that the door is still closed, like looking over his shoulder, and drops his voice a bit. You're not working for Satrapa, are you?
I would rather die, I think. And the folks with me, they're not in love with that woman.
Make another persuasion check. This one's just a straight roll.
Cries.
Come on, do it.
14.
Hey, yay, not bad.
So, with a sigh that kind of like rattles the glasses up on the cabinets behind you, Boy like looks up again and like holds out a hand. If you could pass me my ledger, please.
I would pass it to him like no hesitation.
So he goes and pulls, or like rips out a page, or like a blank page, and like grabs a pen out of like a jar in the middle of the table, and starts writing. And looking kind of like over his shoulder, you see that the handwriting in the ledger matches Boy's handwriting.
So
Femboy,
he has
thank you for the
he has a math brain.
thank you for the 100 bits, Femboy.
So yeah, his handwriting matches all the stuff in like the back half of the ledger. And he's gonna say, So we have a few customers that buy from us on the down low, under the radar, as you said. If you have somebody who needs to get stuff or needs to get food without or to get crops and just pantry items,
Also, thank you for subscribing, fanboy.
probably.
Somewhere, what was it? Somewhere under the radar, crimes are made. I don't know.
So yeah, is if you tell them to come up or back to the farm and bring this note, and he's gonna like he looks like he's written down some like nonsense phrase, like the words don't really match up, like it the structure of it kind of looks like a sentence until you're like, wait, that noun is acting as like a verb in the sentence, and like it's just gibberish basically. um and passes it back over to you. um have them come back and bring me this slip, and we can establish a relationship, or a more direct business relationship.
I think
Uh,
they'd be super excited for that.
more
But
than
also the rich girl. I think she does actually like your stuff. So I don't know if you wanted to
Mhm.
do that
Well,
too. You know.
so if she's the money bags here, then tell you what, we'll milk that cow for a little bit more than it's actually worth if we can. And kind of like
I
his little
resent
mouth just like
that.
a little like smirky smile. We'll milk it for a little more than it's worth. I'm sure she can afford it.
Oh yeah, just the smidgen that I've had the pleasure of seeing. Yeah, she'll survive.
So, but about the rest of it, we how much do you know about how farming works in this city?
I won't claim to be an expert in this city, but I
Okay.
know the debate. I know the general idea.
Yeah, so he'll kind of like wave his hand dismissively for a minute, for a second, and kind of like, well, the point that really matters. So the satrapa controls whether or not you get to farm at a particular place and for how long, and she likes to rotate farmers the same way as farmers rotate crops. Keeps the land fresh and spry, she says. Um,
I don't think that's how that works, but good for her.
she's the one in charge. We Broadgills have kept this land for 2 generations now. My grandfather was the first to farm this floor. And the reason we've been able to do so is because we have quite a talent for it, if I can brag for a second.
No, I agree.
Um,
I lived on some decent farmland before, and I will say that you outstripped them by a large margin.
so his tone doesn't change, but you watch as like his like sunburnt face goes from uh uh like the inside of like it turns like a plum color, that like really deep like robust red, as his voice like stays level. There's like a little bit of a hitch in it, and he goes, well, thanks, we work really hard at it. um so but anything, the part of the agreement is like we're like essentially serfs on this land. We grow, and everything we grow goes to the satrapa, who then sends it through for inspection. So there's an office there on 135, where there's an office of inspections that makes sure that everything is fit and healthy for public consumption. Um, so all I can say is when it leaves Broadgill Farm, this is some of the healthiest crop that the city's ever seen. After that, I can't speak for its quality.
I like how that's what you pop up in the doodle corner, Max.
No one saw that.
I saw it, therefore everyone saw it.
I absolutely commented in the chat. Thanks for noticing.
No, there was a different thing that popped up on accident. Shut up, Colby! You didn't see shit! Also, I don't think that was actually fully inappropriate. It was just suggestive, but you know what? We're just gonna move past
Oh no,
it.
I think it's still funny.
Move past it!
Alright.
Also, your voice
Well-
is completely different from what you had Boy talking like last week, and I know that's just a creative decision, Garo, but it's fucking with me a little bit.
Okay, I
Yep.
should have gone back and watched the VOD because all of these things.
I think maybe like write down notes, like
No,
you know.
it works. It works for the boy that you have going now, but for the one, for the one that it was.
You know what I think it is? You know what I think it is though? I think he talks completely different when he's away from his grandpappy.
Yeah, let's do that.
In front of his grandpappy, he has like this persona to not let him on that he's smarter than he is.
Just like the difference between like Saitama when he's serious and Saitama when he's just like goofing around.
Yes.
Sorry, go ahead, girl.
I mean, yeah. I should really go back and watch the VODs and like remember my voices, but I don't.
Fine.
But yeah, so yeah, Boy, in the at this point now, Othala, Taz, you guys outside realize that Mithra's been gone for a while. So you'll actually, we're gonna real quick cut to Road, and then we'll have an opportunity for you two to interact with that. So Road, when we last left you, you had made your way over to the barn, where
Yes.
the wagon is typically stored.
Yes.
And had been like going through and found a note tucked within the seat.
Yes, of like what we're assuming it might be illicit or like off the books trading. Maybe.
So there was like a color coded ledger, that had like 3 or 4 locations where they were supposed to be or where the wagon driver is supposed to be delivering goods.
Yes.
Couple restaurants. There was a line for the satrapa herself. And like as you were investigating the cart, you notice like each crate has like a colored chalk line on the outside, like just like a broad swath of colored chalk on it, that matches up with the color of ink on that ledger. So I think we wrote it down somewhere, but it was like green for this, or red for the satrapa, green for Office of Inspection, and blue for.
I wrote this down.
So yeah, you are technically within view of the workers, but nobody is really like particularly paying attention to you. What are you doing?
So I said I was basically making a copy of the like the note and the different like color, what's it called, of the different like symbols and what they mean. Also definitely trying to take note of the deliveries that are going to the satrapa, like their schedule and stuff like that. You know,
Yeah.
for personal use later, possibly.
Oh yeah, I forgot that you like ate another onion as well.
I did eat another onion and it was delicious.
Yeah, this one was like the platonic ideal of an onion.
Yeah, it was great. It was like the onions from Holes.
So yeah, as you make the copy of that that ledger, you have ripped open one of the crates here, even though nobody was here to witness it, and you're like, yeah, I can do this too, not just Darius. So cool. After you make the copy of the ledger, it's not that complicated, so I'm not going to ask for a check on it. What is your plan from there?
If I'm not finding any further evidence of like wrongdoing or anything like that, I will head back to the head back over to the house and just be like, kind of, oh shit, no, the old man's there. Fuck. I'm just gonna start like blending in with the workers that are going back to work in the fields. If anyone's currently out there on the work shift.
So you're gonna go out and start like picking produce,
Yeah, pretending to
and
pick
trying
produce.
to like make like a line of sight between you and Taz and Othala.
Yeah,
Okay, cool.
in
So
case they need any sudden backup, and like I'm gonna like hopefully line it up to the point where then when they get ready to leave the farm, he's just gonna kind of like kind of get back with the group.
cool. So yeah, now we'll cut back to Taz and to Othala. You guys are standing just off the porch talking to Tom, and Tom's going off into some kind of tangent where he's talking about taking back the means of production from the bourgeoisie, and so yeah, you're in the midst of that conversation with him as he's absolutely gone off track. Um, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm imagining like Othala, you've got a little bit of like your eyes are rolling back into your head right now from just like the onslaught of like words.
Yeah,
Taz, I kind
also
of
like the fact that he's like ranting about the bourgeoisie and I am the bourgeoisie. So it's just
yeah.
like, okay.
Tom's got a little bit of the Communist Manifesto in his like dialogue here. Um, and Taz, I imagine that you're just like polite or rapt attention, just like hanging on every word and having this back and forth with him.
Yeah,
Um,
you pan back to Taz and she has like a piece of wheat in her mouth and she's sitting on the like
Grandpappy needs
rocker
his
next
nuts
to him.
again.
So funny. Yeah, and I think that Othala's like, as the rant has started going on, her attention is sort of diverting. So she is now looking around, like wondering why Boy's been gone so long, and maybe she clocks road once he pops into view, and she just gives him kind of like a nod.
Just like when they're getting ready to betray Jabba the Hutt, it's like doom,
Yeah.
just
Yeah. Yeah.
Cool.
Sure.
So altogether, about 5 or 10 minutes go by before Mithra would have the opportunity to make her way back out of the farmhouse. Um, so as you guys all collect back out within view of the porch, Kayla is not here, so Kayla is also going to sneak off and become generically helpful until she gets here. Um, so cool. What are you guys doing here? As you Road and Mithra have both gotten information that they feel like is valuable. Um, Othala and Taz are fulfilling your purpose in the plan. Is there anything else that you guys would like to do in this moment?
I'm kind of curious. While he was ranting, did he mention any of his? Did he kind of like uh spill the beans on any of his sort of illegal activity or his sort of allegiance? Like, who, besides obviously wanting to take down the bourgeoisie, the old man I'm talking about? Did he
This
say
sounds
anything like funky?
Yeah, this sounds like an active insight check. Let's see like what
Cool.
subtext you're able to pick up on.
All right, let me
Can I
see
give
here.
her advantage since I am like buddy with the old guy?
I think not on an insight check.
Damn.
You tried, and that's all we can expect of you.
This is about Othala's intuition.
Who's got the winter dice? I
It
hear
was
it.
me. It's because she's cold inside. That's a 15 insight.
Brad.
Yeah.
So Tom Broadgill he's a complicated man. There's a part of him that you feel like takes real deep pride in his work, and he knows that he only really gets to do this where and how he does because of the way that the tower is set up, and that he's reliant on the satrapa to create the conditions that but he's got that oppositional defiant disorder thing going on like underneath the surface. So anytime that he like mentions like the Aegis or the satrapa or especially fucking Foresti Sarcomas, he has got some capital O opinions on Forestes. Just talking absolute shit about the tax collector.
Mhm.
So yeah, his allegiance is like to the land, for lack of
Mhm.
a better term. Like
Mhm.
he cares more about this farm than he cares about Boy, and it shows.
Mm. Okay. Any way to possibly take that fuel and steer the conversation to get him to like sort of continue to openly share his ideas? Like maybe if I I'm thinking of specifically saying something like, you know, I heard the satrap of land is now coming up with some crazy idea to corrupt the land and like basically almost straight up word for like tell him why we're actually here, as in like, yeah, we've heard food's been getting spoiled and like blah 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 blah, and you know what I mean. I can't words today, but the idea is I want to tell him like we've heard a rumor that this
Mi-
satrap of land specifically is trying to poison the food supply, and like if
Miss
he knows anything.
Miss Grimm, are you implying that I'm putting out an inferior product? I don't care if the satrapa herself comes down and puts on that the grow soil. It's gonna come out as good as it can possibly do because I don't give two cow shits about whether or not the satrapa is gonna do. If she's out here to sabotage me, she can take a cow pat and shove it where the sun don't shine.
What, and then if I continue to say, oh no no, I'm not talking about um the land specifically, I mean during distribution, after the land has been tilled and you've sent your product out, I think something's happening after. Would you have any idea who might be responsible for such a thing?
What are you saying? Somebody else is messing with this stuff that Oh, that's gonna take the reputation of Broadgill Farms, and I can't be having that. Who did you say is messing with my shit?
I don't know. That's what I think the satrap of land has something to do with it. That's why, well, that's not only why I'm here. Obviously, I'm here to purchase from you, good sir, but just a weird little birdie told me. And I'm just kind of curious to know if you had any ideas about that.
I bet you it's those fucking transmuters. They're supposed to come out and multiply my product in order to feed all the mouths in the tower. And you can't really have quality when you gotta account for that kind of quality. There's something that's lost in transmutation. He's like getting
The,
visibly worked up about it.
but he thinks the transmuters might have something to do with it. Does that sound like a reasonable follow-up sort of visit? Like,
Um,
do I know how that works at all?
I can't imagine that you have a ton of context for this specific aspect of it. So give me a
Mhm.
general, excuse me, give me a general history check. I don't know how my lungs
Okay.
literally emptied out of air there.
No worries.
Miscalculated how much air you had.
Yeah, yeah. Between one word and the other, I was like, I felt a chest pain, and I was like, ooh,
Not very good. What was the What was the check?
history.
Mm. At least I'm proficient, but yeah, seven's not gonna do it. Probably.
Um, yeah, I don't think you quite have enough context for like how food is distributed throughout the tower. You know a lot about like shipping in general. But like you're not a grocer.
Yeah.
It's just
Okay.
it's just not part of your bellywick.
Okay. I guess I'll just ask him. So who are these transmuters that come? They come visit you? How does that work? And I'll just see if he rants about that for a while.
I've got to ship 50% of all of my crop over to the Transmuters Guild so they can duplicate it. And every time that you're going to duplicate it, you're going to get a diminishment in quality. I bet you it's freaking transmuters that are making my shit dissolve. I can't.
Well, rest assured, sir. I'm very interested in getting to the bottom of this, so don't you fret your tiny. Well, don't you fret your
You
very
almost
handsome
turned that to
beard.
such a backhanded insult.
Yep.
You see that, like, one of his eyeballs just, like, doubles the size of his face, like, as he, like, looks right at you. His, like, non-cataract eyeball.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, I'm trying to eat sushi at the same time. This is a very ill-timed conversation.
You monster.
I'm let's say I'm eating.
As you
I'm
were
just
the
eating more of
bourgeoisie
the
right in front of
potato.
this farmer eating your sushi, you city slicker.
um uh Rest assured, I'm very interested in getting to the bottom of this rumor. If it is true, I promise you that me and my team will absolutely put to justice whoever's responsible for such a heinous crime.
Yeah, anus.
Heinous, not anus.
So, Mithra, toward the end of your conversation, Boy kind of seems to like remember that he's supposed to be in salesman mode. And like picks the basket back up off the table. And like heads over to his pantry real quick. Like there's a little kitchenette off to the side of the main room here. And starts like throwing in a bunch of other like somewhat off season but like dried produce. And like gives you a look as he's like look back at the door and wait, where did your friend go?
I would also look around. Where did Kayla go?
So Boy had turned his back for all of like maybe 60 seconds, collecting this like dried produce. And at some point, like during that point, or during when Boy's back was turned, Kayla like popped the window open, gave you kind of like a significant look of like, I wasn't here. I don't know if you noticed me. And like drops out the window, which then like seconds later, he's like, wait, where did she go? Like clearly knowing that.
Realizing that she's just done that, I'm just gonna take the glasses off and pinch my nose and just be like, I'm gonna be very honest. She does shit like that.
Language.
I'll make sure she doesn't fuck around with your farm any more than, we already have.
You better not do that.
What do you mean you fucking around with my farm?
No, nobody should fuck around with my farm.
So now
I
you
think-
remember the voice.
Fucking now that I've been called out for not using it.
It's such a good voice.
So I think we should probably go back to the others. I think it'd be a good idea if you come up.
You cut off on the last word, I'm sorry.
I think it's a good idea if you come outside with me.
Yeah, of course. Thank you for not...
Kicking me through a wall.
I was gonna say, not cave in my head and...
Don't make me regret being nice to you.
Oh shit, Brett.
No, I get it.
And if you're working with who I think you're working with, then
Insight check.
hopefully I see you again.
Does he think we're
and
working with the instant? Sorry.
So he's like,
Insight... Sorry,
Okay.
finish your thought and then I'll...
I was gonna say, so like, hope if you're working with who I think you're working with, hopefully I see you again. And he's gonna as soon as he says that, he's like turns his face away immediately and like bustles out the front door and like holds it open, waiting for you to come on out.
She's so
Yeah,
sweet.
now I'm curious. Inside check. Who does... My passive is 14, but...
Make an active check if you're
Okay.
looking for something specific.
No. The dice have not exactly... I don't know. The dice have been neutral to me tonight. So...
Yeah, he clearly realizes like you're not on the level.
Working for somebody, yeah.
Yeah, but you've given him enough like to realize like, okay, you're not actively going to try to hurt him or his farm.
No. Yeah, I might
Oh.
see you around. Like I said, the rich girl, she is interested in things, so there might be a reason for me to come around this area again.
Yeah, he is not making. He is now avoiding eye contact, but like you can see, like because of his like bare shoulders, like the blush has like reached his shoulder blades.
He's in love.
It's taken over the sunburn.
So cool. So those of you outside, Mithra comes out like in the company of Boy. And she seems fine, as far as I can tell. Boy is clearly discomfited.
Interesting. You all right? You look a little you look a little bit flustered, boy. I hope Mithra didn't do anything untoward while she was in the company of your home.
I'm fine. Dried beets. And he's gonna like hold up a little like paper thin slice of almost like a vegetable chip kind of thing.
Insight check, because I don't trust why they were in there for so long. Can I insight check?
Taz is just raising her eyebrows at Mithra this whole
Mithra
time.
is pointedly not looking at Taz, and she's like, "I'd like a beet."
May I roll an insight?
Sure, yeah.
May I guide myself?
Sure.
Okay. Oh, the 20 plus 2 for insight of 23.
Boy did not realize how this was going to look when he was inside for that long. He absolutely did not think through the consequences of this conversation. And now that it's like being implied, like because Taz is being crazy opposite or like crazy obvious with it. And eventually like Tom rolls over his shoulder. Boy, I gotta make you lunchtime's about. I need you to go and get all of them workers and get them to clear out this harvest before we gotta sit the next eating. So like Boy like clump down like the steps and like
Ensure they
walks
kiss.
off into
Support
like
your purple friend Taz.
the field of like sunflowers and corn and whatever.
Whispers from a god, Trolloloxin. I'm sure they kiss. Support your purple friend, Tess.
Oh yeah. She's like, I'm getting all the details later.
Duffman. Oh yeah. Whoop.
So, Boy left without securing a deal with me? Is that what I'm hearing?
Boy is going back to work, but Tom like if you're gonna like follow through on like a trade deal here, at some point Tom like takes like a ripped piece of paper like out of a it like this is like a spiral notebook kind of sheet and like scribbles on it completely illegible which very obvious to you, Mithra, like this matches the handwriting from the ledgers inside from like the earlier pages. and passes it out to you, or like holds it out with his left hand, and then spits in his right hand and holds it out to shake. And like you
Oh
can see
dear.
that there's like a glob of mucus like trailing down his palm, and like,
Mhm.
yeah, if you're gonna want to have any kind of direct line, we got to shake on it.
It's like
Can
probably like
I?
80% of that weird like white stuff that's in the corner of old people's mouths.
Ugh, Taz will look over and be like, "Yep, that's legally blinded."
Can I cast comprehend languages so I can read his handwriting? I don't know if that's
Yeah,
how that works, but I'm gonna cast comprehend languages real quick. I'm like, because I'm like looking at it, squinting, like turning the page upside down, trying to read what the contract actually says. Because for all I know, I'm agreeing to like the most ridiculous terms, but obviously I don't want to do that because I'm me.
are you burning the spell slot for it?
Absolutely, I'm burning the spell slot. I need to know what this thing actually says.
Othala will have poison damage after that handshake.
Okay, yeah, if you burn the spell slot on it, like it almost like his handwriting basically like changes font.
Mhm.
Because it was like written in common before. But now that you can like read it.
Mhm.
The first like 3 lines are pretty standard. Like blah blah blah. This is an agreement between the Vandergrim estate and Broadgill Farms. For an undefined future purchase of goods. This will be to the order of no less than 100 gold per purchase of assorted produce, and no more than 1,500 gold per purchase. Um, and just kind of like it's a little bit like hand wavy compared to contracts that you've seen before, but it's boilerplate up until you get to the
Plenty of
fourth
like
line.
loopholes. Go ahead.
Yeah, up until you get to the fourth line where it says, and if the tiefling girl reneges on this deal, then I get to pants her in front of the public, and she has to say, "I'm a little sad girl," as she walks down. And so she's got to like walk down the street like Nelson, like, "I'm a." What is it from The Simpsons? Hi, I'm that kid that bullies everybody. Look at me and laugh. Like, basically, he's included a public shaming clause right at the end.
Oh, is that when Nelson
That
was
is
laughing at the
so
tall
funny.
guy who got the car accident?
Yeah.
Are you
Are
making
you
fun of
laughing
my
at my
mode of
automobile?
transportation? Of my chosen
That
method
is
of transportation?
so good. So the sale though is it's only potentially one sale he's trying to set up, not like a monthly subscription service or anything, right? Like
Yeah, it's not a subscription service. It's like,
it's very vague, you said. So
yeah,
like it
this
could
is
literally be like one crate like of food worth $100 like once.
yeah, it's pretty broadly worded. These type of contracts are like a no obligation style contract. Like, it's
Mhm.
just basically gives you guys permission to go around the Office of Inspection.
Mhm.
So like, if Forestes comes down and being like, "Why are you selling things off the books?" And he goes, "No, here's all my receipts. And
Mhm.
here's a copy of my contract with the Vandergrims." Then the tax man has got to be like, "Okay, cool, you like signed it and had it notarized or whatever."
Mhm. Mhm.
So
Um okay. I like look down at the fourth line and then look back up at the old man and be like, I do enjoy your sense of humor, sir. Um, I'll sign this. However, I'm interested in perhaps an off the books counter offer, if you will. And I want to see if I can kind of talk him into, because we already know he's providing for the Ithisan. That's why we know he's providing food to the Ithisan. Like we already knew that before Mithra even snuck in there. Um
not
Going off of that
technically,
knowledge,
yeah,
but according to our sexy orc man, what's his name? He kind of gave us that info, right?
He gave us the
We know
info
that
about the
they're.
other dude.
I thought
Not
that he gave us the info of the one dude, and then Road was able to connect that dude to this guy. That's why we ended up at this farm. So somehow we know that they're connected. We know that this guy is providing. Like we just basically got confirmation, right?
Um,
I'm pretty sure I remember that.
I don't recall specifically anybody saying that this farm was directly involved with the Sand.
I don't
Um,
believe we knew that before.
but
I mean,
between your
we could have
guys' like
suspected.
between your guys' like collective um investigation, you're snooping.
Mhm.
Um they're the leaps of intuition are not that large. Like you can
Mm.
they're more like skips of intuition rather than leaps.
Okay. I'm looking to try and sort of convert some of my coin through this man's farm into Electrum and have it come back to me. Does that make sense? I don't know if that seems like really roundabout or silly, or if there's possibly a better way to do it, but I'm wondering if I order a crate of food from him and I pay slightly more and he can return it to me um, in not only produce that's not transmuted, so it's not diminished at all, but also um, I'm looking for some Electrum in return. That's what I'm trying to see if I can gauge that from him.
Okay. Um let's call that a persuasion check.
Mhm.
Um as it's like you're trying to like make this communication a little bit more through subtext.
Okay. Can I guide myself on this one?
Yeah.
All right.
It's obvious that you're like speaking in infernal, but
Mhm. I wish guidance wasn't verbal.
It'd
I
be
could.
too powerful if it was not.
Mhm. Oh fuck! I rolled really bad.
What'd you roll? Oh,
A 2.
okay. Question. We're all watching this. Well, okay, those of us in the area, not counting Road who wandered off and Ashley who wandered off, we're like watching this conversation play out, right?
yeah. You've got Taz, and Mithra who are like right here adjacent to you.
Okay.
Hey, Lilith.
What's your total roll?
Uh, with my persuasion and guidance, uh, that's a 9.
Okay. Could I use Chrono Shift?
Okay.
Where
What that?
Mithra will kind of do the arm, like she'll cross her arms to kind of hide both of her hands, and then there's like for a Thala, you'll feel like a faint, like little shimmery effect around your eyeballs,
Mhm.
or like just in your field of vision, like a faint shimmery effect, and it'll essentially, for the purposes of mechanics, you get to roll again. Um,
Okay. A reroll,
mechanic,
huh?
mechanically speaking, time rolled back like a second.
Okay. Let's pick a different d20 this time.
You have to use the second roll though.
Okay. Well, it was better. I'll roll. I have to roll the d4 as well. Is that
Sure.
Sure.
all right? Well,
Finally
um,
here.
9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So it became a 17. Not like my best work, but I mean, we are dealing with like a half senile old man, I suppose.
So Tom is gonna like so Tom has like a pretty clear tell when he's like being suspicious. In that like his non-cataract eye like opens all the way and like locks on you. Um do you speak Dwarvish or Giant?
Oh, I do. I'll answer back in Dwarvish.
There you go. Sure.
Funny, I speak Dwarvish too.
Excellent. All right, so he's gonna like turn to Taz, and like in a total side conversation, like in response to Othala's thing, he's gonna turn to Taz and say, "All right, if your friend wants to have a little bit of side action going, I think we can accommodate, but it's going to be pretty expensive. I only get electrum from one source, and it's not that easy to come by."
She'll listen and then turn to Othala and be like, he says it's gonna cost extra.
As expected.
All right, hand me that back. And he's gonna like, with his slobbery hand, take the contract back from you.
Oh my god, cat.
Yeah, so he's gonna like take the contract back from you and like scribble another line on it in Dwarvish. So not like an uncommon language, but not everybody's gonna be able to read it. And his penmanship in Dwarvish is much nicer than it is in Common.
A lot of straight lines,
Yeah, it's very blocky text. And then like passes it back to you. Oh, actually, you still have comprehend languages.
Yes,
active.
I do.
So yeah, you heard all of
this.
this.
I can speak it though, right? I can't. It's not that I can speak.
Comprehend is only understanding. It's not speaking.
Okay.
Tongues is speaking.
Okay. So what does it say?
So in Dwarvish, if he were a regular moneylender, this is a fucking outrageous like conversion rate. He's basically saying for every 1 electrum piece, which is worth 5 silver or half a gold, he's going to be charging you a full gold piece for it. So like a full 100% markup. So exchanging with him, yeah, it's fucking outrageous. Like most money lenders in the city do a conversion from gold to electrum at something like a 1.5 or 1.1 rate. So, but yeah, so 100% is. And then he like turns to Taz and says in Dwarvish, "Completely off the books."
Taz will lean over and reading and like whistle and be like, "Whoo, that is steep. That's the best you can do for us?"
Just
His one beady eye like swivels towards Taz.
I'll say,
freaking mad.
You got a better deal for me? Yeah, it's very mad eye moody.
Well, we are trying to solve the mystery of why, we are trying to maintain the integrity of your crops by solving the mystery of who's meddling with said crops.
Yeah. She'll like shove Othala kind of out of the way and be like, "Listen, you also are getting the bonus on Miss Grimlock over here. You have something on her now, so I mean, you can't do a little bit better? You got some pretty hefty knowledge now."
Make a persuasion check, Taz.
And knowledge is power. Sorry.
She goes down around 7, 8, then sleeps till about 2.
I did it on the wrong thing. Hold on.
Has half a bottle.
Guide?
5 or 6.
No, I guess I don't know what she. Well, I don't know. Wait.
Oh,
comprehend languages. I can listen and. Oh boy.
What?
Well, guidance isn't gonna do much, I guess.
Can
I
I,
don't have-
do it with advantage?
I don't
Your
have my
ability
reaction.
is half the battle. The other half is a
Question,
fireball.
Garrow, would I have my reaction back?
Yeah,
Or-
it's been a few seconds. If you wanna burn another resource for it.
Garrow, did you like
What else do? Okay, sorry. Out of character. What else do you think we're gonna be accomplishing?
So far, so like you guys have only been like active for maybe 3 or 4 hours today. Your whole episode in the Shadowfell had like a compressed time frame thing to it. So you were there for like maybe 45 minutes or so. And you guys did that basically immediately after getting up. So at this point, like it's lunch break time. So whatever you guys think you're going to accomplish between now and going to bed.
Can't I like get extra since I've been all buddy and agreeing with him and
Isn't her yeah, I was gonna say, isn't she a folk hero background?
Yeah, like I mean, maybe she's hoping that the baby will come.
I don't know if that helps, but
it's I was.
mm.
But
It's
do I
different now?
get um
Thanks for following,
some type of
First Raider.
Does she get extra because she's your wife?
more
No.
so I
DM
was
wife?
thinking
DM
my
wife roll?
background is farmer, so like I feel like that should get a bit of persuasion bonus. It's just I have nothing in charisma, which is sad.
So sad.
All the sadness.
I'll make you a deal.
Oh boy.
You can have advantage on this roll if I can force disadvantage on a roll of my choice.
I'm gonna take it. Roll the dice.
Why would you do that?
You are interesting.
You're history's greatest fool.
She's so chaotic. Fuck.
You can borrow luck from your future self this time.
Oh my god.
Wow.
12.
All that for a 12. A 12.
Boy, howdy.
So
Could I have
with-
guided her on this one or
No.
So no, we're in this now.
All right, okay, go ahead.
So Tom is gonna look directly at you, and he's gonna say,
She's getting married in
"I didn't expect to like you as much as I did. Tell you what, I think I can do this for 1.75. It's a quarter off my regular rate."
Oh, that's so generous. That's a good deal. You take the deal, Othala. You take the deal.
25% off, he says in common.
Uh-huh. All right. Now I know that if I were to go to regular lenders to get Electrum, it would immediately become sus to my mom, right? So this is my way of kind of getting Electrum pieces in ways that will not alert her.
Will not have her immediately call you
Yeah.
to her office.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, I may paying outrageously expensive for these vegetables, but I'm really hoping that convincing the staff and my mother that because they are untransmuted and at full quality, it's worth the extra penny because they're extra nutritious and delicious. So I'll shake on his spitty hand. I will also spit in my hand. Just she hesitates for a second and then she
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
As soon as she does that, she'll be like, "That's a little uncouth. Come on, have some class." And she'll like raise her eyebrows at Tom.
Remind me your background real quick, Othala.
yeah, my background is hold please. I do believe it's noble. let me make sure. Noble. Eloquent flattery makes everyone I talk to feel like the most wonderful and important person in the world. Oh no, that's my personality traits. Hold on. Where does it say? Hold on. Nobility increases 2 scores, charisma score, intelligence score. I don't remember what exactly it says.
So between your noble background and your pact with a fiend, you're gonna get a point of inspiration for making the deal. Like that's the term in quotation marks. Like if this were a Baldur's Gate like pop up, so it would say making the deal.
Perfect.
And you have a point of inspiration that you need to use before the end of the session, or it goes away.
You might even say there was an art to it.
Ah, yes.
So, all right.
I enjoy that. Thank you. I did that all by myself. I thought of that sneaky shenaniganery on the fly, even though I don't know how rich people work. So
Motorcycles to museums.
I'll pat myself on the back for that one. Go me. Thank you.
Cool. So, as we actually, and for this, I want to give Mithra. You're gonna get 25 experience points for talking with Boy.
Nice.
Taz and Othala are both gonna get 25 experience points for the deal. And Road gets 25 for finding the note. So, and then anything else you guys want to do at the farm before we move on? That sounds like a no. All right.
I'll try not to burn the place to the ground. Fine.
So,
I don't know if you saw my GIF, Garo, but my representation of what I thought was gonna be with Boy.
Yeah, I absolutely saw that.
It's so stupid.
So funny.
I hate it.
Okay, so
Is that Road pouting in the corner? In the doodle corner?
Yes.
Yeah, him saying I want to punch things. He's so bored. Poor guy.
So,
He picked
as
the wrong
we
target.
collect back together, you guys you begin to walk away back towards the one of the lifts and flag down Road to get his attention and like recollect everybody.
Just combat
as you guys
roll
make it-
like out of the core and like "Huda," and like stand up and just kind of like dust himself off and start walking out.
So yeah, as we get back to the lift, you find a like little strip of fabric that's like kind of stuck to the side of the lift with like a little piece of like sap, like tree sap, that says "I'll meet you back at base." In this kind of like flowing, kind of like point or jagged handwriting.
Do I recognize that as Kayla's?
Nope. Kayla pops back up, like she like follows the rest of you guys away from the farm back over toward the lift.
Is that would we have an idea? Is that supposed to be Ashley?
I would not have pictured her. Her handwriting is quite so elegant.
I thought he said it was jagged.
I thought he said curling. Sorry, I imagined it as curling.
He said
Oh,
jagged.
Yeah, it's
Nope.
like that like sharp ups and downs, like harsh angles in the handwriting.
Curling is that
Just
weird like
kidding.
hockey puck game.
Yep, it is.
Okay, so as you guys make it back to the lift, where are you guys going?
I think our next stop is probably the Ithasand, right? Like the
I did hear from the old man, don't know if it's worth following up. The transmuters could potentially be a next step in possibly the poisoning process of the food supply. So I don't know if it'd be worth visiting any of these transmuters.
I mean, I work there.
you magic lady. Like does transmute like would what magic does the age thing to the fruits and the vegetable, the food?
It's transmutation. I mean,
Yeah.
I know people who do that. I'm actually on the schedule to do it myself sometime in the future.
Wait, so you're the one who's
Yeah.
messing with the food?
No.
Oh.
She said in the future, Road. For God's sake. God's sake.
So she's planning on
Yeah.
messing with the food.
Mithra,
I-
you know that like this is one of those like for like a real world analog, like in your junior levels, like when you're in your like third year at the Transmuters Guild, they start to put you in rotation to like affect like physical goods in the city. So the Office of Inspections has like a duplicator shift where you like spend like 6 hours burning spell slots on like carts of food and ore and like dirt and shit to like make more or less or refine it for just like hours on end. It's mind numbing, but it's kind of like a rite of passage in the Transmuters Guild.
Yeah, it's a job they put the grunts to do. I'm looking forward to it.
Would it then be the next sort of step of progression to see the transmuters, or shall we visit this Ithisan fellow straight away?
Well, I mean, I do have the connection in the Ithisen, so maybe we split
What
up.
what floor are they on?
Jackson is on 120, I think, if I remember right.
Yeah, that's what you said last time.
Well,
So yeah.
if your Ithisen friend is right, I'm not stupid, Garrow. Transmuters Guild is a little bit above that.
Yeah, you worked back on what, floor 167 or so?
Yeah.
Mithra 169.
8. Remember, I changed that because I wasn't able to not snicker.
Yep.
Because I'm 12. And so is everyone else here. So 168.
Yeah. So yeah, you work back on 168. So yeah, it's a little bit above. But there are transmuters guilds like outposts because so of the different schools within Maelhaven, like this place is not like college town in the way that like Messestrum or Gale Run is. But there are like, kind of like a community college level education kind of thing, where it's like very much to purpose. Like it's more like apprenticeships or like um, trades. Yeah, like trade schools. That's the word I was looking for and couldn't come up with. And so, but the transmuters are like the ones that get the most use. Because like a city doesn't have a ton of need for evokers, doesn't have a ton of need for summoners, and so on. But the transmuters are freaking useful to day-to-day life. But so there are outposts every few floors or so, that are kind of just like, here's this neighborhood transmuters guild, and so on and so forth. So they're kind of all over the place.
So it'd be more like finding a needle in a haystack with the transmuters than potentially visiting this Ithisan person right away that we have a connection to, at least the crate that we obtained. So perhaps we visit him first?
Up to you.
I know the people who worked in my specific area, which is higher up. So I would say let's talk to your Ithisen contact on our way up. And then
Sounds good.
once we get higher, I can talk to some of my people, and if they don't know, then I can start asking them to ask around.
Okay.
I'm in agreement.
So unless
So-
anyone disagrees.
So as you guys head up, you sounds like you guys have come to a collective decision. You guys head up to 120, which is where Darius said that Jackson worked. So just up a floor or so. Takes no time to really get there. Floor 120 is I mean, there's neighborhoods and suburbs and stuff all around throughout it. It's a little bit kind of lower middle class. But once you make it towards the center of the floor, there is what is essential, like it gives like quintessential strip mall vibes. Where there's just like chain stores, like you've got several general stores like all like within the same block. There's taverns kind of scattered throughout, tailors and blah blah blah. Nothing super high quality, nothing that's really like, oof, this really should not be sold. It is very middle of the road.
Garrow, before we exit the elevator, I'm gonna turn to my companions and be like, I'm sorry, I just cannot be seen on this floor. Especially if we're going to be visiting Ithisan members. You'll have to excuse me, and I'm gonna cast Disguise Self on myself to
If they're gonna be here, what would it matter if Like, if they spot you, wouldn't that mean that they would also be here?
What I'm saying is, my face is known throughout the city. If anyone sees me, a Vandegrim, associating with members of the Sand,
She doesn't want to be
uh,
seen talking to nerds. Oh wait, get the sand of thieves, aren't they? I got my things.
yeah,
You,
yeah,
you got your minority group
I
all messed
cannot
up.
have my name associated with them
I mean,
whatsoever.
Othala, I'm associated with the Ithasand, and you're associated with me.
But I don't disagree with
I'm
her
not.
that
I'm not
her
concerned about having
her
connections with people who deal with the Ithasand. I'm saying if we are visiting an Ithasand on this floor,
we don't
I'm
want
saying
Miss Princess Rich Girl
Pat
walking straight into the Ithasand
pats Othala on the back.
headquarters.
Don't you worry,
Hey, thank
Othala
you.
Vandergrim. We'll get you out of here, no problem.
What's your disguise look like?
Yep. I'm going to look like. That's a good question. I want to look like a female version of that sexy orc man. That's what I've disguised myself to look like. Sort of like a relative of Darius. That was his name, right? Darius.
I just imagine you turning it as like turning into an exact copy of him, and just you hear a pop sound and boobs pop out like.
It's like in the Legend of Vox Machina where Scanlan gets the gender change one. And his boobs,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
he's female.
Yeah.
He's like, dude, my boobs.
Yeah, it's not that far off.
Yeah.
So yeah, from our camera point of view, Othala like walks behind a street light, and then from one side of it to the other, like her skin changes from that like dusty black to like a palish green. Her horns fade away and small tusks poke up from the bottom. There is like a 5 o'clock shadow there, but definitely like buff feminine shape. So yeah, you are look nothing like yourself. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Do we call you Olatho then?
Othello.
Just call me Ollie.
So
You might want to tamper down the rich
Duh.
person voice because it really clashes.
Try talking like Road. That might work.
Thanks for the suggestion.
Fuck you.
How's this sound? I'm Road. I'm just a really boring, lame fighter guy, just likes fighting for fun all the time. That's all I do all day.
And you're a
I'm
banana.
Road.
Honey, you never look better.
I think I'm going to go with
Parent
something like this. How's that sound?
Good enough, I guess.
I'm a little
It might
insulted, to
actually
be honest.
It might actually be best if you don't speak. Honey, I'm sorry.
Oh, honey.
It's the same advice we give Road, so that works.
It is accurate.
Please, I'm fucking with you all. Of course, I am well versed in multiple accents from around the world, and can exactly perfectly recreate any of them. Just go ahead and test me.
Talking Kurdish.
What? What-ish?
Kurdish.
What's Kurdish? Just me, Art the player, doesn't know what the heck you're talking about.
Do an accent from fuck. Garrow, what I'm not looking at the map and therefore the information has fled my brain. Where was Axel from?
Shiver Slate.
Do a
Slate?
Shiver Slate accent.
Oh yes, I'd like to order some grog to go with my meaty meal, as you would say.
Sure,
sounds good.
do close enough.
Sure. I haven't done Axel in so long, y'all. I don't even fucking. I just remember I just kind of yell like this all the time. So I
Exactly.
stay
Just do
close.
that.
Thank you.
And try not to use big words.
Hence
I will.
hence the not speaking part.
Right. I'll just be more self-aware. I mean, more smart about it.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Cool.
So, as you guys are walking through the strip mall, you're as you guys are walking through the strip mall having this conversation, you're accosted briefly for a moment by this like good-looking like tabaxi man. So like he's very much got like panther coated features. Um with like his big floppy feather coming off of his hat. He's like he's got a lute and begins like playing a song. Like come on, entice, blah blah, come into my tavern. I don't have a song off the top of my head, but he's definitely like advertising and like huckstering for one of the nearby bars here.
Nope.
Uh,
Nope. Your voice is lovely. We're not here to do that.
yeah, his
Moving on.
performance was average. It was a full 10. So cool. Yeah, as he does this though, the absolutely fucks up. So like Mithra, you said nope. All right, absolutely not. Moving along. And right behind like Road, the somewhat like semi-prehensile tail of the tabaxi like comes around and like tries to like scoop Road's pouch like off of his belt.
Who notices that?
Oh, he rolled a nat 1 on his sleight of hand after
Oh,
you.
so
like,
all of
put
us
your hand
noticed
in
Can
his
that.
Road
face.
just
Yeah,
kind of
everybody
grab
sees-
the tail with one hand and kind of do that thing with his thumb where he just cricks it like?
Yeah, you can. So
Good.
like he goes from singing to
Holy shit,
Like that.
Bunky McNoggin! Thank you for gifting 10 tier 1 subs.
Damn, Aiden and
Hey.
actually all of us.
Rainy Reader got one.
Aiden got one.
Garrow
I got one.
I got one. Lilith got.
That's
yeah.
funny.
Dude,
Thanks.
how many of these viewers are just us?
Shut up.
Listen.
Hey,
So-
it's nice. It's nice to support your friends.
Thank you, Bunky McNoggin.
Yes.
So
And I'm sorry, my Amazon Prime thing has been Critical Roles for like 3 years now, and I've just haven't changed
Yep.
it.
I know. I have Beacon now because we got all convinced to switch over to that. So I still have Prime subs, I guess, that I haven't been using.
anyway, so
I
so yeah,
appreciate you,
Road,
Bunky.
you like grab his tail and like you get that like high pitched like cat scream as you like crack 2 of the vertebrae.
Yeah.
Like it yeah, it's not like a fully broken but he's like ow, I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
Go sing somewhere else, please.
Wait, he's gonna keep a hold of the tail. This guy's trying to steal from me. Does that mean he's part of what we're looking for?
No, I don't. I don't think he is. They're typically a lot better at it than that.
Fine.
Wait, what are you looking for? Maybe if you let go of me, I can help.
No,
Please,
hold on.
really,
No, I
that's
got this.
hard.
Road, keep a hold of his tail. Just loosen up a little bit right now.
I take it back, please. I'll help you in any way.
I will then go up to him and pull out my journal.
2-hour check-in. Are you hydrating?
Journal.
Sorry, that image just killed me. And,
Oh my fucking god, why?
I'll draw this symbol of the Ithasand on my journal to see if he recognizes it.
We are hydrating, Rubik's Cuber. Thank you.
He looks puzzled. Like he's like, it's a very nice drawing. It. I don't know any shops with this. Like, is this a brand name? Is this a logo?
All right, like I thought, Road. Give his tail one last squeeze and we'll move on.
Ow, ow, ow. So, as he like goes reeling off into to one of the alleyways nearby, yeah, you guys are no longer accosted. As this like Tabaxi goes off and is like clutching his loot. He's like, oh god, at least they didn't break it like the last ones.
Oh, so he's just bad at this.
Yeah, the people we're looking for are actually really good at this stuff, and most likely we would not have noticed. And not to mention, they're not really known for casual pickpocketing.
So-
Well, you are the expert in this area.
Kayla, I'd
Yeah.
like you to go ahead and throw a history check.
All right.
Since this is your area of expertise
All right,
compared
wish
to the
me
rest
luck
of the
then.
group.
I am not good at history. 18 solid. I'll take it.
Okay. So there is your experience with the Ithasand has had some very specific interactions, but more in general, you tend to go to them for some more exotic purchases. Onyx tends to be exceptionally difficult to get for your jewel crafting due to its magical properties. Same along with obsidian. So anytime that you're doing anything with black accents, you find yourself going towards underground sources. So as you take the lead here, as your group is passing through floor 120, you headed off into one of the general stores, which is like situated on a corner opposite some other stuff. Like you, at one point, you see like a little bit of a traffic accident as two carts like bump into each other at the intersection. And you head inside this general store here during in the midst of the kerfuffle outside, and coming along the side of the general store, there's like a set of shelves. It looks very much like a grocery kind of thing, where there's like all the parallel shelves in between. Um, Off to the far left side, there's a section where one of the shelves, like where it should be kind of pushed up against the wall, has like a gap about a finger's width wide um, between the shelf and the floor, or a shelf and the wall. On an 18, you head up to that and like put your hand behind the shelf and watch as the back of your hand and like the first few knuckles of your fingers pass through the wall.
Ay.
So you know where the entrance to the black market is. So your interrogation of that tabaxi, I feel like, and feel free to correct me if your character thinks otherwise, was more just confirming whether or not you were going to be in trouble for injuring this poor cat.
Oh yeah, definitely.
This poor cat who did try to steal from us, to be fair.
Yeah. So yeah, you slide into this space where there's like the illusory wall cover there. And almost like for a second you have to like walk sideways to squeeze into the space. Road, you absolutely have to like suck in to get
All of
small
your
enough to get in.
muscles. Just like scraping the stomach, like
You're doing the Mr. Incredible through the lava thing.
oh, my nipples.
And so the five of you make your way back behind the bookshelf and go down this like spiral staircase, which Mithra and actually Taz as well, both of you, this kind of twigs as odd, because you guys know that there's only so much space in between the floors of the tower, and this spiral staircase seems to be taking you to a what should be at least 119, if not 118. Like you're basically expecting, with the depth of this staircase, to be back at the Broadgill farm. Two of you recognizing that this is a magically enhanced space. That comes almost as more of intuition than active thought.
Mm.
So it's kind of similar to the Ember Coalition thing, where like they're in the wall where they're technically not supposed to be.
Yeah, kinda. Except there's more space down here than should physically be possible.
Right.
You specifically,
It's
Mithra.
bigger on the inside.
Yeah, you
Anyway, sorry.
specifically know that one of the responsibilities of the Transmuters Guild is to expand physical space within the tower. And it is fucking crazy expensive. Like the amount of double check what it was. I wrote it down somewhere. The amount of citrine, sorry, that it takes to maintain those spells is ruinously expensive. Which is why some of or only like the most wealthy floors can afford to expand like the height of their ceilings. So that's context for you, Mithra. Whether or not you share that is.
I would
Yeah.
comment upon the clearly bigger on the inside thing. I'm just kind of muttering to myself, just like who did this?
I don't know, but it's kind of always like this, no matter where you enter from.
I am curious as to how they're funding this.
I don't know who.
Well,
Never mind.
Aren't they a worldwide,
they are a
or at least
I was-
continent-wide thieves guild?
they are a continent-wide thieves guild, but the cost analysis, I don't know. I'm curious now to see how much currency they're actually passing.
Well, let me know if you ever get a look at their ledgers. It'd be interesting to check it out.
We found one ledger today, maybe we can find another.
I wouldn't count on it.
It would be amusing though.
Yeah, true, fair.
Mm.
Now, as before we actually reach them, have any of you, anyone else here, had dealings with the Ithis End before?
Maybe.
Maybe.
Hasn't Taz, but I don't think Taz knew.
Kaz does not know.
Would I have ever needed to talk to them for like particularly difficult to find spell components?
To the Ithis End? No, most of your sources would come through the Transmuters Guild.
Okay.
Garo, my dear friend.
Oh no.
How deep?
This always goes somewhere good.
How deep into we're the Vandergrims. We don't deal with thieves, but like, have we dealt with thieves before? Like, you know, like what I mean? Like on the side, like, is this something that Othala knows about?
My God, please ask that exact way every time you're trying to figure out if she is doing shady shit on the side.
Like, are the like how clean are the Grims? Because we have like a very good public image,
So,
but like she knows shit's like not really as it seems.
The Grims, let's just say all of your clandestine or wet work is done in-house. You have people for that. Outsourcing is only so it's messy.
I don't know what that means. Sorry, I don't. So I send people. Do I know that I have people that go to them, or it's like I go to somebody and the way that they get it done is up to them?
You have shady people on the books and you can off them if you choose.
Yeah, your mom has a troubleshooter on retainer.
That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah,
to clean up the mess.
It's messy when you go with outside organizations. You want to make sure that if you're doing anything untoward, that the person committing those acts is unquestionably loyal.
Sure.
I turn to who asked the question.
That was me.
You asked the question. As far as I know, we've never dealt with such riffraff before. I like blatantly lie. My character's
Well,
gonna
first
blatantly lie
off,
to you.
do not refer to them as riffraff.
What
These
what
are
should you describe them as?
um you should describe them as what they are, as opportunistic business people.
So,
That mm,
as
go
Kayla
ahead.
says, business people, you guys come around the last curve of this staircase, and it opens up onto this like massive space. Like once again, should not physically be possible. Um, it is border.
Yep, we lost him.
You cut out. Cutting out.
How's it? How's that? I gotta like change the sleep settings on my
Yeah,
computer
something to do
because
with
it's going.
borderline something, and then that's
Um,
all.
yeah. So it is borderline as tall as one of the regular floors of the tower, though not as wide.
Mm.
So as you guys walk through this space, there is all sorts of like. I mean, this is whereas above it was strip mall vibes. This gives very wet market vibes. Um, there are like you can see at one stall there's like a stack of manticore tail. At another one there's like mandrake all piled up, and like you can see where they've been like throttled so that way the plants no longer scream. Um, at one there's a blacksmith who is hawking wares that have no like where there would normally be like metal blades, it is just blackest stone, um and so on. uh I would like a group investigation check
Ooh.
as you guys are looking for the person that you're sent here to see. Darius did give you a little bit of info to work off of, so yeah, I just kind of want to get an average to see what you guys run into as you make your way through this space.
That's a 3 for Taz.
Oh
Jesus.
no. Oh no, these numbers.
I'm gonna use my inspiration, cause holy
That's a
shit!
6.
That's a 15 for me.
What is it? What is it? What kind of check is it?
Intelligent investigation, so
Yeah,
intelligent.
investigation.
I'm using my inspiration that I just got so fast.
14.
Investigation. Let's see. 15.
All right, so our highest is a 15, a 15, and a 14.
Cool. So Kayla and Taz are immediately drawn to every shiny object in sight. And it takes all three of the rest of you to keep them corralled to a point where they're not like going to go touch the sharp objects and get whatever curse bound to their essential soul.
You know what? That is very on brand for Kayla and Taz. So
It
I
really
believe it.
is, yeah.
The dice really soul read us there. That was-
Good.
So yeah, Kayla and Taz, you guys are not much help at all.
And I'm constantly
eventually-
asking shopkeepers if they have glowing green metal.
Yeah, so now as you guys progress through this space, by the time that you reach the stall here, that is by far and away one of the most mundane in this space. You have like Othala and Mithra both have like Kayla locked underneath the shoulders, like just arms linked together, walking like side by side, and just like Taz is being held up by like the back of her shorts, as Road is just like walking down right behind the rest of everybody else. So the five of you come up to this like grocer's stand, which, like I said, absolutely mundane in comparison, except for the quantity of food here. Most places they have like, small little bits of this and that and whatever, and generally the grocer will say like, yeah, this is the sample of what today's produce is, and then they will go collect your stuff for you. This dwarf here has like hair as black as pitch, like Vanta black colored hair. His eyes are set in like this in his pale skin. His eyes are this like light tan color. that is incredibly striking compared to the rest of his coloring. His beard is braided and goes down and loops around the back of his neck. Like for the dwarves from the Hobbit, this is Killy. This is the prettiest dwarf any of you have ever seen. So wake up. Okay. Just sit here and and move my mouse for like the next 2 hours.
Do we have a photo of sexy dwarf?
No,
Show me the dwarf.
My head. Max, start drawing him.
It's a male, right?
That's what the doodle. That's what the doodle.
What color
call is
eyes
for,
did
yeah?
you say? What color eyes?
So his eyes are tan, like this light tan color. Like brown eyes are usually kind of like darker shades. These are definitely still brown, but like it's the same like lack of saturation as like a Scandinavian like blue eye color, like that kind of.
So very
washed out.
pale, very striking.
Yeah.
So like hazel kind of.
Except there's no green in it.
I'm always thinking of like a
More like honey.
chocolate.
Yeah, like a golden
milk chocolate.
honey.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like 2 shades lighter than a Hershey's bar.
Very nice.
So cool with his like Vanta black hair and like vampire pale skin.
Was it like slicked back hair?
Like finger combed back. Like the top of his head is like it's not like bound or braided like many dwarfs like to style themselves.
Just his beard is, you said.
Yeah, his beard is like wrapped around the back of his neck like a scarf. Like if you were to unravel the beard, it would like drag on the floor. But the hair on the top of his head is like shoulder length. Cool. So he as you guys stop near his stall, he like stands up, or rather no, he's like talking to this other individual, this like light pink-skinned tiefling, who is there like kind of browsing and like talking about the quality, where everything else is like wet market. This is like farmers market vibes in Jackson's stall. And he kind of like perks up as the 5 of you like walk into the area, and gives you the quick little like 1 second, I'll be right with you, to give you a few seconds to like browse.
Interesting. So we can browse these products. It's all like produce.
Yeah.
Is
So,
this the guy
actually-
we were sent here for? Did we get a description of the Ithasan member in question?
Yeah,
No.
So you were told, excuse me, to find Jackson Oresnout. He runs the he's the contact that Darius talks to when stalking up the Ember Coalition hideout. Cool.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
Was not given a description of the character person.
We just got
Correct.
his name, yeah.
So if you guys take a few seconds to look around, like the produce itself, like whereas most grocers in Maelhaven, they like space is a premium. So they don't exactly like have the grocery store with everything out and like aisles and aisles of stuff. It's like, oh yeah, this is what today's apples look like. And it's like culturally understood that you tell the grocer what you want, and they like have an employee that runs and like does your shopping for you, in the warehouse where everything is like stacked to the ceiling.
Maxwell, why does this look like Santa Claus with gauges?
I'm working on it. It's a dwarf. What do you expect from me?
Not Santa Claus. I want it to be sexy.
I want to roll a
Alright,
check to see if
back
I
to
can
Garo.
find any of the red powder from before.
Yeah, so that actually is where I was leading into with this. So the other thing that is different with Jackson's stall here, is that scattered amongst all of the produce and fruit and stuff, there is a shelf, like a bookshelf, which looks completely incongruous compared to everything else, which is laid out in like tables and stalls and stuff. This bookshelf has sacks, like just like sackcloth, There's not a better word for it. There's just small like burlap sacks, all laid out very neatly in rows with tiny little bits of like cardboard paper or like cardstock, in front of it, with written in common words like Molder's moss and death bloom petals. Um, so so yeah, it's here's the rare reagents kind of thing.
Hmm. Uh, interesting. Question. Do the bags themselves have words in other languages that I can still read because I have comprehend languages that don't match the descriptions
What's
of
the
what he's advertising?
what's the duration of comprehend languages?
An hour.
Oh, an hour. Okay, so it'd still be up for now. Um, so there's not really any like standardized print on the burlap. Um, the actual like sackcloth itself looks like it's been kind of cut and repurposed from other sacks.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so it's not that there's not mislabeling going on. It's just that the labels on the bag itself is irrelevant.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Just curious. I just am trying to use my comprehend languages some more.
Yeah.
Actually, I do have a question though, because now I'm trying to go through our notes. What about this Ithisan are we supposed to be doing here? Like, we're trying to figure out who's poisoning the food source, but is it the Ithisan?
We
Like,
don't know. That's what we're trying to figure out.
so what? We are
No,
just gonna
so
question this guy. Hey, are you poisoning the food source?
No, we're
Like,
trying to see where he's getting it from.
yeah,
ah,
so I don't. Kayla doesn't think the Ithisan would go out of their way to poison them, but that doesn't mean that the product they are getting isn't being tampered with before it gets to them.
unless they're
Basically, we're
being told to
untangling the
poison it.
necklace.
Right. Unless they're being told to poison it by somebody, like they're being paid to do that.
True.
Okay. Now, you told me not to talk as an orc person, so I'm kind of just hanging out in the background unless somebody wants me to vocally step in, I suppose. And
Welcome.
she would have warned you that beforehand.
Welcome, travelers, all of you. Welcome to my store. I've not met any of you before, so allow me to introduce myself. I'm Jax, and I am the purveyor of these excellent goods. Now, as you can tell, there's quite a bit of stock and supply here. So, is there anything in particular that you're looking for, or is
Um,
there something that I should try to acquire to suit your particular tastes?
Actually, I was hoping we could have a quick private meeting about a sensitive topic.
Well, lucky for you, you're in the most private place in the tower. You can speak for more or less freely here. Just yeah.
Can I do a perception check if this guy is like smarmy?
Your roll insight.
Smarmy. I was gonna say I want to insight check it when he said excellent produce if he believes it that it's excellent.
Sure, go ahead and roll.
And it was who did you say picks up the food
10.
for the Ember again?
Darius does.
That's right. All
10
right.
for Taz. Taz, this guy gives you the energy of like you've seen like snake oil salesmen and stuff like pass through your hometown. So he's absolutely like trying to make a sale. You're not quite sure how genuine he's being, but he definitely wants your money.
I rolled a
Othala,
15 insight for how much he believes in his product.
on a 15, you
Uh-huh.
get the feeling like he's got a reputation to maintain, but he's not above selling a mealy apple or two and just saying like, oh, that's not representative of the full like thing. He's more than happy to make exchanges if something untoward were to happen. But he's not above like
Othala, go ahead.
yeah, but he's
Go
not
ahead.
like above shining an apple or whatever. I don't know how you would fake that.
Mhm.
Spray it with wax.
Y-
Othala's
that-
gonna kind of like look like I don't know, nonplussed, and then kind of just like cock a really big loogie on the floor next to his stuff and be like, "Food looks like shit to me," and then just like kind of step back a little bit.
She just hucked to it and spat on that thing.
So Jax,
Our
Jax,
first-
who had been like real like expansive and like broadly gesturing with his hands and everything, kind of like brings his palms together, looks down at the spot on the floor, looks up and locks eyes on Othala.
Mhm. Oh God, please.
That's not super polite, but since this is our first meeting, I think I can look past it this time. And then he is going to pointedly turn away from Othala to the next most personable individual in the group. He's probably going to look towards Taz, given the rest of your all's appearance. You look pretty hungry. What are you into? Are you into sandwiches, fresh veggies, meats? We've got quite a selection of smoked pork and beef. We have a prosciutto in from Gale Run that is absolutely insane.
Just like very anime-esque, you look over at Taz and she's just like full on drooling as he's just listing out the food. Yes.
Tell you what, I got a sample of this here, and he's going to pull that like hawk of pork like off of a rack from above, and he's going to slice you. Like he pulls a dagger out from. Actually, none of you see where the dagger appears from. It's just suddenly in his hand, and cuts the thinnest slice of prosciutto off and like rolls it up around a piece of cheese and hands it to Taz.
She just like fully it's Scooby-Doo with giant sandwich, the whole thing in one bite.
Just inhales it.
No, while he's busying himself serving Taz, are there crates like I can kind of peek into and see if I see any more of those weird roots that we saw in the crate that one time that we think like there's the red dust, right? But there's also like a root object that we think might be causing the contamination of the food.
Yeah, make an investigation check.
Okay.
Can I do something similar? I'm going to be looking out for the crates with this with specific symbols painted on them.
Rad. Okay. So
not my best work. 11.
11.
Yeah.
You don't find anything resembling the contaminants from the previous stuff that Darius had showed you. But you're not exactly like pulling things out and like emptying boxes and stuff. Like you're
right.
After like maybe insulting him a second ago, like you still have Othala's brain, even if you're acting like a crude moron. Like
yeah.
So like your instinct tells you not to like be rude, especially after you were already rude once. So you're just kind of like looking through. You're not really like digging through things.
Yeah.
Road, you were looking for markings. What was your check?
Oh, what did you need me to roll? Same.
This would also be an investigation.
I get +0 to investigate. 1! Yeah!
Oh my god.
Road, something like, you know, you're a little bit too polite to ask, but you watch Taz as she takes that piece of like prosciutto and cheese and like savors it. And like right now, Jax doesn't seem to like really notice you noticing that food, that free sample there. Cool.
I'm upset.
So you're
I'm upset.
I
He's
like
spaghetti.
how he looks like a dwarven Gilmore.
Oh shit!
All right. Real quick, I realized it's 7:30, and we haven't taken a fiver yet, so let's go take a quick break, and we will be back in 5 minutes.
All right,
Yes,
guys,
thank
I'm gonna
you.
run a
Indeed.
quick ad break. So if you're still hanging out here, we'll be back in a couple minutes.
Better hydrate.
I'm gonna hydrate.
Don't tell me what to do, Rubik's Cuber.
Everyone else is
of
wrong.
religion are
Everyone-
actually supposed to be followed.
Aside from a Methodist point of view,
We are
no,
live.
we're back live. Never mind. Forget about it. Try to get me with that one.
Clearly, it's okay. We can just
Definitely
this
an
discussion
off the air political conversation of.
Well, it wasn't even political.
Yeah. It was religious.
Not political.
Even
religious,
better.
Right. Same sort of taboo topics, you know.
Ooh, nice.
And I'm eating more flavored popcorn.
What? Oh, that sounds so good.
It is. I got it from the Scouts.
Oh shit, I have some
Eating-
kettle corn. I could go make kettle corn.
I'm eating reheated French fries from Chick-fil-A, so could be better. Oh,
Oh, see, that's good. That's
love
smart
added
though.
egg. Yes. Always gotta add an egg to that top ramen.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I have water.
Water's
Water
good.
too. I'm rehydrating. I'm just letting everyone know that's what's happening right now.
So yeah, as we
Both did.
come back from our commercial break, Taz is sampling the wares. Othala is kind of digging through crates. Kayla and Mithra, what are you guys up to?
Kayla's gonna look at the dwarf and be like, there has been a slight problem I've been asked to check in on. And I'm gonna pull out a little bit of the red dust that she was looking at earlier. Would you happen to know what this red dust is?
All right, it's not often somebody just comes right out and says it. Where did you get that?
I will let you know if, as I said, this could be a more private conversation.
Well, so
But we have a mutual friend.
just promise me you're not going to drop that in here.
I have no intentions of doing that. I'm looking for its origins.
Here, tell you what. He's gonna like pull the sackcloth and like kind of flick it out. Kind of like flick it out, and so you watch it like pop open. He's gonna like put it around your hand and then just very gently kind of like tie it off. Let's make sure none of that makes it into any of this produce here.
You're acting like it's gonna explode.
Explode is probably not.
No, he's being pretty straightforward right now on.
It's
right.
not gonna explode. It's just this is probably the worst kind of stuff or worst kind of place to have that just out and exposed to the elements.
I would agree. And
That-
found it. We found it on some produce.
So, from what I can tell, I mean, and this would take some more intense alchemical expertise than I've got. But just the things that can cost you your livelihood are things that you tend to remember. Far as I know, that's spoilstone dust. If any of that were to start making its way through the air and land on any of my stock, you would watch it essentially dissolve right in front of your eyes.
So it's almost an instantaneous reaction.
Well, within a couple of hours, but
all right.
But yeah, that if you were to drop that just that handful, that pinch that you've got right there, that would be fairly ruinous.
Don't worry, I have no intention of ruining your business. I'm just
So-
curious on how this powder, this what did you call it? The
Well, yes.
Oh no.
well, it's a good thing she
Spoilstone
wears a
dust.
mask.
Lord.
So, as long as you keep As long as you keep that bag on your hand, we can talk. But if you start taking that
No,
off,
I'm
uh,
fine. I'm fine with it. On my hand, I'll even do you one better. I'm gonna take the hand with the bag on it and put it in my own personal bag. Shake all the dust off of my hand and leave the bag, the pouch within my bag.
okay, if any of that comes out, let's just
Hey,
say I've got more friends here than you do.
I'm
So,
not here to start a fight. I just wanted to be
cool.
upfront about why I'm here.
So, yeah, like I said, I that spoilstone dust. That's the kind of shit I want nowhere near anything remotely related to my business. So
All
if you've
right.
got that,
Insight check.
make an insight check if you'd like.
Yeah, because we found it on
Would
some
you
of your
be able to
stuff.
then could you explain to
Ooh,
me
16.
how
he's nervous as fuck with that. Like, yeah, he's looking at Kayla's hand as though it's like a grenade with the pin pulled off.
I'm
Hmm.
also even keeping my hand tucked within my cloak so it's nowhere near the food.
Nervous like he doesn't want it near him, or nervous like he's guilty of something.
On what was it, a 15?
Yeah, 16.
Um, he's got that kind of vibe of like scared rabbit.
Hmm.
Um, it's less guilt and more just like danger sense. Like it's a fight or flight kind of thing.
Hmm. Okay.
All right.
What about the
So I
root? So the red dust is what's causing it. What was that root we found in the crate too?
that root, if I remember right, was just something I recognized as being sold at Ithasan stores.
So that's a more commonplace thing that isn't as out of place.
So that's spoilstone dust. Anybody
Right.
who's willing to sell you that is not a friend of people. Let's just say
It wasn't mm, it wasn't sold to us. It was found on produce that was bought by a mutual friend of ours.
by a mutual friend. What
Yes.
do you mean?
Uh,
I've got
I
lots of
mean,
friends, and
I know I'm gonna lean in to be even quieter. One named Darius.
oh, Ironheart.
Yes.
Okay.
This was found
Um,
on produce he bought from you and has been apparently spoiling their food for the last couple of weeks. We're just trying
shit.
to find the we're just
I
trying
love
to
you.
find the location of where this powder originated from.
Yeah, by Loki's seventh nipple. I wish you'd said you were with Darius from the start. Okay, this would have been an entirely different conversation. Um,
I
As
have
with her
dealings
mouth full, it's just in the back. It would be such a shame to ruin this good food.
yeah. As a shop owner myself, the last thing I want to do is run you out of business if you aren't hurting our friend or our friends.
no, man, I've known Darius since we were little.
So
Hell,
I honestly didn't think you were involved in this. I
yeah,
just
no, his
needed we just needed information.
Yes, apparently.
road, road insight check.
uh, do it.
I was waiting for a short joke coming from Road, to be honest.
Wow.
16. Road, there's a set of speech patterns that you've picked up on here that didn't quite crystallize until Jack said that he and Darius have been friends since they were small. Um, this dude has a lot of the same kind of like rise and fall and emphasis on words to his voice that Yex does.
Ooh.
Yeah. She's yeah, she owns the twisting tail. So there's
Backstory?
a
Backstory?
yeah, You didn't quite pick up on it until now, but like that was the reason why Darius felt so familiar. Like why you were so like instantly willing to trust him.
Chat can't hear Macus.
You cut out for
I'm
some
sorry,
reason.
guys. I didn't realize you guys couldn't hear me. Oh shit! Okay.
So yeah.
That makes so much sense.
Yeah, so that like immediate impulse to trust Darius, like it's because he felt familiar to you.
Ah, I feel bad for objectifying them now.
No, commit.
Yeah.
So yeah, Jax at this point, he's like, man, I wish you'd said that you were friends with Darius earlier.
If I knew, I do apologize. I've had dealings with the at this end many times, and I'm always cautious about throwing names around.
As you should. But frankly, in this area, if you know how to get in here, then you're probably already amongst friends. Not gonna say that's always the case, but
Which
like,
is where my caution comes in. Once again, I do apologize.
well,
I
so
normally have my dealings with one Thalia.
oh, that bitch. Okay.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I didn't really pick her.
Well, regardless, and he's gonna like his demeanor is like changing. Like the snake oil salesman of him, is seeming to like kind of slough away a bit. And he goes, okay. So if you brought that stuff via Darius, then you're part of his project. Now, I don't have anything directly to do with any of that, but let's just say I'm supportive. He's my brother in all ways that matter. So if there's
Well,
spoilstone dust in the things that I sold to Darius, I don't know if I can't say that I'm not responsible, but if it did come via me, I swear to all the gods above and below, wasn't intentional.
It's such a. Hold on,
Yeah.
do I have any spells for this? Nope, don't have that. That's
Could I roll a quick insight check?
Sure.
He's coming off as trustworthy, but that's a 19.
Oh, that's really
19.
good.
Yeah, I have a +5 insight.
Fancy.
Yep, this dude is in seeming like as far as you can tell, he's being earnest. Like he's got a job to do, which is to sell and upsell and like make a living on this stuff. And like, produce being sold in like the black market, like it's such a niche and there's not that much of a demand for it. So his whole career lives and dies on being able to feed groups of people that the tower does not necessarily want to see fed. So yeah. As far as you can tell, there's no reason for him to lie to you.
Like once again, like I said, I do apologize for startling you that way. As somebody who does barter in produce, would you happen to know where this is procured, or acquired?
Yeah, I've got a friend in the Transmuters Guild that sends off a double of everything that they put through there to me.
Also, we appreciate the candor. Have you heard any rumblings of necromancy in the tower?
Not specifically. It's not one of the condoned schools, so there's not really any guilds that traffic in it. I wouldn't say it's necessarily illegal. I mean, every so often there's a wizard that like loses a loved one and gets a little bit uppity about it, but I mean, as long as your shit doesn't cause a problem. I mean, even the Aegis doesn't really seem to care that much, as long as there's not like grave robbing happening.
Fair.
So
I look around at the party. Does anyone else have any questions? Because actually, I'm feeling kind of hungry, and I could do with a lunch.
Do you have more samples?
Yeah. And he's gonna like flick out or like flick out his dagger. And he's like, while he's talking, he's gonna like start prepping. He's basically turned like this one corner of his shop into like a Subway counter, and is like basically like putting together sandwiches.
Yeah, actually, if you could make a
It's like
sandwich
that
for each of
toasted.
us.
So yeah, he's I missed the part of what you said, Kayla.
Oh, I was asking if you could make a sandwich for a sandwich for each of us.
Yeah, he's already at like
Okay.
again, that's road, this is uncanny. That like instant level of hospitality is like really kind of tugging at you. So, or like the flip into hospitality mode, that change from one face to another is the thing that's really striking.
Oh my god, in hindsight, it's so fucking obvious. Sorry. That's upsetting me.
So yeah, he's like, no man, if I knew that there was any spoilstone dust in anything here, like one, it would never have made it to my shop because that could fucking ruin me. Honestly, I only know of like a few places that would get that, and my shit all comes from my friend. Pull an NPC name out. Cool.
Oh my god, that's just straight ginger. Oh god.
Asira. Okay. So yeah, no, I've got a friend in the Transmuters Guild, Asira, who like whenever she's on shift, she sends me a copy of everything that she makes, or that she duplicates. So, I mean, these crates, like they're gonna, you kind of like takes a thumb and forefinger and like squeezes down, and where you would normally expect like a denser wood for shipping materials, especially you, Othala, like noticing this. It kind of squeezes and compresses like balsa wood. I mean, the food's fine. It's just, yeah, there's definitely a loss of quality when you start to do these kind of replications. You have to fill in 50% of the thing's substance with ectoplasm. It just kind of doesn't hit the same way.
In hindsight, it's starting to make sense why Othala and the higher upper crust people probably import all of their goods, because it's not weird replicated food.
Yep.
But going straight to the source and getting the grade A shit locally is also sketch and difficult to do and probably expensive. Anyways.
So yeah, he's going on and talking to him. He's like, I only know of a couple places in town that would have anything like this. Hell. He's gonna like snap his fingers and point to you, Road. You mind tipping out one of those crates over there? Outside the building, please. That one right there. He's gonna like point to like one that's like full of just like vegetables. So, if you were to go ahead and take that crate, Road, and like dump it out outside, you would find like in the base of the crate, like right below like the lining, like the paper lining at the bottom, Jack starts to lose his shit when there's like a thin film of red powder and like desiccated black roots. Desiccated.
You said it.
So the
You said the word.
Sorry, desiccated. Is the root a product of the red dust? Then is that what that is?
Shit, it might. Oh fuck! It wherever the root's coming from, it might be it might be the delivery system. They might be coating the root in the. Oh wait, I'm too dumb for this. Never mind.
I'm not, however, and I was going to ask about the roots because I was just waiting for someone to stop talking so that I could inject myself. So like,
as you dump it out, like Jax is in the middle of like chopping an onion, and like his hand just kind of like slows to a stop as he sees that like
the telltale.
The toxins like rolling out of the crate. He goes, fuck. Okay.
So someone's infected his stuff with the stuff now.
Uh-huh.
And Paladin's Archives, thank you so much for the raid of for the raid.
Yay!
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Huzzah.
that long drawn out like curse there. He goes, okay. Nobody fucking move those crates now. And he's gonna like do a quick like arcane gesture, and just like cast gust real fast. And it's a cantrip, it's not that big a deal, but he like starts blowing the stuff like down the street. Just anywhere away from his stall.
The other anyone else? Well, I guess produce is rare
Everyone
here,
else.
so
Yeah.
Yeah, so fuck. Okay. Actually, shit, that was probably a dumb move. I probably needed you to get some of that and take it up to my friend.
Ah,
or to
shit.
take it up to an alchemist. But
Well,
we still have
I still
the.
have some.
Yep.
But
okay.
does the new
So
stuff?
this is fucking bad. And he's gonna like head over to like the front of his stall, and like pull the like the doors shut. There's kind of like the saloon style doors where you can kind of like prop them open, but then they like you can like get them to fall back. He like pulls those shut and he goes, okay, so if somebody's infecting my shit with with spoil stone and void root, then somebody is out to fucking get me, because that
Sorry.
shit.
What's void root?
Void root's another poison. Usually kind of grows in spaces that are
We probably should have
well,
asked him about the root thing, huh?
Yeah.
We're really bad at this.
Woo.
yeah. So
Well, you didn't want me to talk, so
I didn't say
Here
a
we are.
damn thing.
Yeah, so void root. Okay, now take this with a grain of salt because this is not my area of expertise. I just kind of, like I said, the shit that can ruin your life, you kind of keep an eye out for it. Those two things both kind of dug up around really fucking nasty areas, places where bad shit has happened, and
There's a lot of places in the
Somebody's
tower
got-
like that. Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, not a lot where this stuff is actually growing. This is usually brought in from outside the tower, and fuck, there's honestly probably one or two people down here that could get that for you. But if that's infected my shit, then I am fucked. Fucked. I'm not liquid enough to buy a whole new stock. Okay.
Now that I know the name, can I roll a check using my herbalism kit to remember what void root is used for?
Sure. Yeah.
Nine.
9. Void root's not super common. It doesn't often grow on the material plane, but you'll find people who interact with the Shadowfell frequently, or like go over to harvest it.
No.
Well, yeah,
Shadowfell.
you could ask Lysander about it, but he seems, as flummoxed as anybody else. So, because he didn't recognize it at the time. But
Or
it's
he
a
didn't
plant
want
that's
us to think he recognized it at the time.
it's a plant that is suffused with negative energy. So yeah. So at this point, after Jax goes and closes the doors, he's gonna go and like start like gently nailing crates back together. It's like, God damn it, fucking Asira, you better not have been part of this.
Negative energy, you say, Garo?
Yeah, as in the energy of death, not the inverse of the energy of life.
Does this sound like a familiar sort of component for some familiar sort of scheme that somebody I know might have been partaking in? Like, it seems really similar to a certain
Make an Arcana check.
yeah, you know what I mean.
Yeah, make an Arcana check.
Okay. I'm so good at those, but let's do it. Wow, really bad. So bad.
Why do you
So
suck
no.
at this? Sorry, go ahead.
Well, it's me. That was a 4. So definitely not thinking about that at all.
Yeah,
I'm an asshole here. What's this character? What's the dwarf's name again?
Jackson, Jaxxin.
Should have known that.
Fancy. Did not spell that right.
Wow. Where did those crates come from?
I just told you I have a friend Asira who sells them to me out of the Transmuters Guild.
Sorry, I wasn't aware she. Okay, gotcha. My mistake.
Yeah, I get this stuff in bulk because it's not that much more energy to duplicate 3 times than it is twice. So I slip her a little bit of coin on the side, and keeping wizards stocked with Electrum it's good for both of us. So
Fair.
but as long as she's regardless, so she works up in the Transmuters Guild up on 135. And I usually see her maybe once a week or so. But fuck, can't even really go through all this shit without risking spilling it all over the place. Okay. Cool. Fine. So, tell you what. So yeah, you're looking for okay. I've got to try to get this cleaned up. I got to try to find a way to get all this shit out of here without ruining all of the rest of my product. If there's anything that can be saved. So you're looking for Asira, Asera. She's a human. Brown skin, green eyes. Has like lots of braided trinkets braided into her hair. So if you can find her, she's the one that like does this for me. I I wish I could say that I fully trusted her, but I mean anybody working for this Atrapa or for this Atrapa is suspect by nature.
True.
So
Rhode's gonna kind of
tell you
walk
what,
over, put his hand on Jackson's shoulder. We're gonna get to the bottom of this, and we're gonna make sure no one fucks with your business in the future. He's gonna turn around and be like, "We gotta figure this out."
I appreciate it. Tell you what, I know you're already doing this for Darius, but if you find out whether or not Asira is part of this, fuck, like I said, this is my livelihood. I've got maybe 50 EP that I can set aside as a reward for your do-gooderism.
We don't need a reward, right? Like, we're fine. We're good. We don't need the reward.
I turn and look directly into the eyes of Rode with the most death glare, shut your fucking face look I could possibly give him. And with an orc, I'm imagining there's some extra intimidation thrown in there.
Make an intimidation check if you'd like, if Rhode's gonna fight you on it. But yeah, so he'll offer, like, if you figure out if Asira's fucking me or not.
Damn it!
I've got 50 Electrum in it for you.
Not
how
very
about
intimidating.
Instead, you just provide us with meals every now and then. We would hate to have I personally would hate for your business to be harmed because of this.
Honestly, I'd take the Electrum. We kind of need it. If you think about it, we need Electrum.
Because it doesn't really make sense if you think about it. Sorry.
If you think about it. I don't know what I'm doing.
Cool. So he'll give you the address of the Transmuters Guild as he like begins carefully resealing all of his crates, and like hawking everything or moving things to the floor, so that way there's no chance of like things tumbling over and spilling.
I want to lean into Mithra and be like, "Don't you have?" Like, I'll very like quietly whisper, "Don't you have prestidigitation or something that might help him clean this up?"
A dust?
Yeah. Isn't that how that works? You just clean up dirt and dust with that spell.
I can try.
It's
Yeah, if
I
you
don't
want to run over and cast a prestidigitation, you can do that.
Boop.
I will snap my fingers on the contaminated areas. Does it seem to actually cleanse it?
So yeah, casting prestidigitation, it does seem to dissolve the roots. The dust is a little bit more resistant. It takes a couple of times to like fully scrub it away. But yeah, if you were to spend a couple hours like going through each of these boxes, you could probably very carefully go through and eliminate all of it. But it would take a long time.
Yay.
Mhm.
Interesting how resistant it is.
It is magical, like fuck you powder. I don't know what.
Like, I'm like, go on, continue pretending to be smart, Road.
You go ahead and pretend to be strong.
I am very strong. She
Yeah.
says not very convincingly.
Let's arm wrestle.
What did you say, Taz?
Let's arm wrestle. She'll hold up her hand.
I don't. Pass.
That's what I thought. And she'll like dust off her hands and walk away.
I'm not sure what she was
Please
trying to
save.
prove there.
Cool.
All right.
I
So are
don't need
we?
to prove my strength to anyone or you. I mean, I don't need to prove my strength of anyone.
Not
Fuck.
sounding very half orc right now. Just
Amateurs.
Oh my god.
all right.
Oh, yeah, Asira should be working today. I don't know what time her shift ends, but if you can make it up there. So, otherwise, he's like fully attentive on his task right now. He's trying to make sure that his store doesn't just like rot out from underneath him.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Any other produce stands in the sand market that we noticed going by?
Oh, sorry. Before we leave, I walk up to Jackson and put a gold coin on the crate he's closing up.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
We appreciate the help, and
Yeah,
good luck with your shop and all that.
thanks. Cool. So, actually, Taz, what's your passive perception?
11.
7. Oh, before I forget, the party gets 100 XP for figuring out what's going on with Jax. So divide
Hey.
that. So that's 20 XP apiece.
Yes, indeed.
Cool. Before I forget, Taz, your passive perception was what?
11.
11. Okay. Cool.
She doesn't know
So,
shit.
Yeah, no, it didn't pass the check this time. So you guys,
That's so annoying. I hate that we'd missed something.
yeah, you guys
It's like
can
the
leave the
Baldur's
market.
Gate sound.
Yep. So you guys leave the market the way you came, or you can try to find another exit. Kayla, you know from having been here before, the exits drop you on other floors, but it's next to impossible to know which floor you're going to end up on when you leave the black market. It tends to be the smartest thing to leave the way you came in. That or like find your way home from a random spot. Like those are basically your two options. Unless you have memorized the market.
All right. What floor do we have to go up to for the Transmuters Guild again?
Asira works on 135.
All right. So, just FYI, guys, I don't believe we'll be exiting back on floor 120. It just kind of pops us into a random place, but we should still try and go the way we exit where we came in. But I can't promise we'll be anywhere we recognize.
That's fine.
How does that work?
I don't know. Mithra would know more about that, I think.
Sure. Would I? How much would I know about the?
Mithra would know more about that. Sure.
Definitely I do. What do I know about it?
Yeah, it's so spatial distortion doesn't usually like end up with randomized places, like at least not since the tyrannicalism, or since the end of or the tyrannicalism stopped. Yeah, the last 30 years or so, like this is not a typical phenomena. You suspect that it is
Sorry.
something. Yeah, you suspect that it's something that the Ithasan does intentionally.
That makes sense.
So, as you guys head out, yeah, you do. If you make sure to go out the way that you came in, you do end up exiting in the same place back on 120. So it's fairly simple to follow the address and get to the Transmuters Guild. So if you're heading directly there, at this point it's probably like 2 o'clock or so in the afternoon. You guys are feeling pretty good, having eaten lunch with Jax. Yeah, so heading up to 135. The Transmuters Guilds are fairly like unique buildings. They almost seem to intentionally clash with the surrounding area, like the architecture, to emphasize the like malleability of matter. So this particular building fucking looks like, is it Lou Gehry, the architect who does like all the weird like postmodern architecture?
Possibly.
The one in
I
Arizona?
think so.
Architects.
Are you talking about Frank Lloyd Wright? He does really nice stuff, though. I don't know what you're talking about. Weird stuff.
I searched Lou Gehrig and I just got the baseball player. Poor bastard.
Well, I think
Yeah,
you
okay.
said Lou Gehry, not Lou Gehrig.
Lou,
Yeah. Anyway,
I searched Lou Gehry, and I got Lou Gehrig.
I thought Lou Gehrig's disease
Yeah,
was
find
based
out what
on
we're talking
architects,
about.
but I could be wrong. So anyway, it's like a very postmodern architecture. Like the building itself looks really top heavy, with all of this like opaque glass on the outside. Passing into the interior, it feels like, yeah, the transmuters are showing off because this is very much TARDIS coded, where the inside is like covered in these like brass contraptions and tubing heading all up throughout the inside. And then seated at a desk with a like incongruously placed black like marble desk, is a gnome with like electric blue hair tied up into a top knot, and like or like a twist or a braid up on top of her head, and she's just like scribbling in a large ledger, and looking up every so often, towards a like floating glass orb, and kind of speaking to it. You guys recognize this as being like not a sending stone, but a crystal ball, like capital C, capital B, crystal ball.
So that's how they do it.
So, but yeah, so she's kind of very secretary thing. So as you guys walk into the lobby, she looks up and says, "Welcome to the Transmuters Guild. How can I assist you? Are you looking for any adjustments to your space? Are you looking for accommodations? Should I direct you to the architecture, or how can I help?" If you can think it, we can change it. Or if you can think it, we can make it.
We didn't think of shit. All right. Wait, Mithra, you work here. You tell them a lie.
Not at this branch.
Oh dear.
Yeah, this is like a librarian walking from one location to the other and like not knowing where anything is.
Oh.
Like the Boolean, what is it? The Boolean system, the Boolean, or like the organization scheme is still the same, but like the architecture, like the building is completely different. So it's throwing you.
Can I have hung back and drop my disguise?
Sure.
Okay, cool. I'll come in. Just slightly behind the entourage as she's like asking everyone, "Oh, like what can I do for you?" Blah 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 blah. And I'll come in and make a very grand entrance that's
And welcome
denoting of my importance.
Oh. I think I know you. I recognize those colors. Are you perhaps the scion of the Grimtech?
The very same, darling. How are you?
Excellent.
Fucking rich
Oh,
people.
we rarely get such a distinguished individual here. Miss Vandergrim, how can I help? Your friends here seem to be quite taciturn thus far. So anyone could be a little bit more.
Yes, pay them no mind. I'm sort of sending them on sort of a training sort of mission. I'm trying to show them how it's done exactly. Actually,
Sure.
I think you can help me. Let's see. A friend of mine up on 222 was telling me about one of your transmuters. What was her name? And she'll like snap and pretend like she can't recall the name. Asira. Asira. I've been highly recommended. I would love to speak with her. If you can sort of work that into her busy schedule.
Yeah, you saw for a second kind of like the stars fade from her eyes, like the starstruck as she like unconsciously like with one hand was like touching her name tag and she's like, "Oh, of course it's Asira."
Aww.
So
you broke her dreams. You monster.
Just a little bit. Yeah, she's not fully like deflated, but she's just a little bit dejected.
When she touches her name tag, can I see what her name is?
Yeah, it's Yulia. Ullia.
Okay. I'll address her by name basically at the like after the fact, or if I could have before. It's kind of already been done, but I'll just be like, you know what I mean, Yulia. It's just I've been sent for a specific request. Not that there's anything wrong with your work, of course, darling. But is she busy today?
I think she's well, if she's not assisting Mr. Oakroot, then she's probably doing her regular transmuter duties. So she's probably assisting with inspections. Let's see. And she's gonna like flip through her ledger. Asira. Here she is, Asira Katala. Okay, so it looks like she's currently scheduled for duplication this afternoon. Oh, excellent. She should have clocked in maybe about an hour or so ago. Well, normally I wouldn't let you back, but would you and your friends like a tour?
Oh, we would love a tour, darling. And
Does this one
when
come with
she
more
does
samples?
Say?
Does this one come with more samples?
So she's like, maybe. Tell you what. And she's gonna like reach under her desk and she's gonna pull out like a battered quill. And she's gonna make an arcane gesture and she's like, oh, cool. I guess it's still mostly keratin. So, and she's gonna pass you this like what was like a battered like beat up feather that has now been fabricated into a little statuette of a bird. Probably don't want to think too hard about what it's made out of.
question. Garo, when she said that Asira is sometimes working with an Oak Hill, was it Oak Hill or Oakheart?
Mr. Oakroot.
Oak Root. Does that sound familiar to me?
Make a
That
history
name.
check.
Okay. Come on,
Is it-
Dice. Don't you fuck me now. Come
Does it
on,
sound familiar?
Dice!
Does it sound familiar to me as well?
Yeah, go ahead and make a history check.
Not bad. 16. Come on. What you got for me?
25.
25. Yeah, so
Shit.
Filara, between the
No,
two of
I
you,
was only asking because he's also a member of the Transmuters Guild.
yeah. So, Oakroot is not like a super upper crusty individual. You have seen the name pop up on a few like not notices. What is the word I'm looking for? Written infractions.
Demerits? I don't know.
Yeah,
Ooh.
kind of. Basically, you have seen it on occasion, like Philaris Oakroot has cited blah blah blah, and it's usually like legalese that's like, okay, you need to go back and like readjust the parameters of your shipping something something. It's very clerical. Mithra, on a 25, yeah, Philaris Oakroot does teach some of the finer points of like arcane microscopy in the like upper divisions of the Transmuters Guild. His expertise is like materials on a infinitesimal scale. So he's pioneered a spell that will allow him to examine and be like, you know, what actual components is this wood made of? What actual components is this thing made of? Down onto like
The atomic level.
yeah, not basically yeah. So he's made a spell that's like an electron microscope. So yeah, he's maybe not quite in your exact field, but it's very much adjacent to.
Mhm.
Sounds kind of sus to me. Just kidding.
All magic is Sasathala.
So yeah, Eularis, or sorry, Yulia. Yulia is like she hops down and like the way that she walks is very much like reminiscent of like Edna mode. As she goes and like gestures off to all the different things throughout the area, explaining like the origins of all the statuary. And every time that like Taz or Kayla like gets their eye caught by something, Yulia kind of like looks at Othala and then like makes another trinket, like transmutes another trinket, and you can tell like she's getting a little bit annoyed at like the waste of the spell slots, but you know she's not going to say anything in front of a Vandergrim. Like Kayla and Taz are going to walk out of here with like armloads of like swag.
Oh my god.
Like transmuters, it's like nothing little nothing tchotchkes, but
I am the CEO's kid. Entertain me, peasants.
Basically.
I'm just walking next to Taz and we're comparing our gifts.
Oh my god, yes, and trading.
Oh my god, that one is really like shiny. Would you like this one that looks like it was clobbered?
I'll give you this one if you give me 2 of these ones. I want these 2.
Okay, that sounds good.
I feel like Road is
I really like that purple one that has like the dark green specks on it.
Meanwhile, while these
that
two
one's definitely
schmucks,
your vibe.
I'm sorry.
while these two schmucks create a perfect fucking distraction for this woman as she's trying to give a tour, do we see any root looking or dusty looking material in this factory whatsoever anywhere, or any like, or can we note any like do not enter personnel only doors?
absolutely you notice the doors that say that. No real roots or anything. You could make an active or an active perception or investigation check if you'd like to.
I will do that, and I will guide myself.
Rod's gonna like sidle up to Mithra and be like, "Hey, is there like any way you can like find more of that dust? Like, do you have any way to like look for that?
I don't have a specific spell to do it. I can see if I can find traces of similar magic.
Maybe.
25.
Or we just ask people, maybe.
Maybe.
25
Okay.
investigation.
Cool. So hold on to that number as
Yes.
we progress through here. So
Yes.
as Yulia takes you on this tour through the building, she like brings you into the back area here, and it goes from being like architecture weekly digest in the lobby to just like a warehouse immediately beyond those like back doors.
Typical.
It is extremely utilitarian back here. And passing down this like this little walkway on one side of the room, which is like slightly better furnished. Like there's like chairs and stuff over here, but like as soon as you cross like a tile line, you can see where there's just like wizards at work kind of a thing. And she's like talking nonsense about like the history of the Transmuters Guild and just kind of like trying to basically sell you on the place. So but yeah, so she takes you back and she's like, okay, and this should be a Sierra's office. The Office of Inspection and Duplication is, we'll tell you what. If you're with me, it should be fine. We can bring you in to talk. Just stay with your chaperone. So she's gonna real quick rap on the door and then reach up and turn the knob. And inside the room, they're labeled Office of Inspection and Duplication. There is a like conveyor belt with like you can actually, Othala, you get a little twinge of like infernal energy. That's like you're guessing that they've done something to power this conveyor belt magically, and it twicks you just a little bit. So as the conveyor belt goes by, there's a woman matching Jax's description of Asira, who's got like these work goggles on, and she is like the mechanics of what she's doing, the motions is she's basically taking like two hands, and it looks as though she's like splitting like a like the log splitting kind of thing, you know, like with strong men they'll like reach into a knot and like she's doing that same thing, but like constantly muttering arcane words and doing the somatic components as she is splitting boxes and sending them down two different paths of conveyor belts with like a brazier, I think is the word I'm looking for, of this like crushed gemstone that is depleting ever so slightly every time she does this duplication.
Wait, where is
Oh,
this
do I
brazier?
It's like within arm's length of her. So if you watch her for more than a few iterations, you'll see she like takes a pinch of this gemstone every couple of splits.
What kind of gemstone? Do I recognize it or?
You might not off the cuff, but Kayla definitely would. This is tourmaline. It's that kind of like greenish brown.
Ooh, tourmaline is fun. Watermelon
Alright.
tourmaline is really cute.
Yes, I
Ooh,
do
and
enjoy
that's
a
pretty-
good tourmaline.
I see it and I
Yeah.
just spout off random fact. Tourmaline, that's that's like good for order stuff shit and whatnot. And it's very sturdy.
Yeah. So yeah, it with all the context there, like yes, tourmaline is often used in like duplication magic, because it's like arcane resonance is like making things solid. And so like yeah, it so after a few repetitions, like she kind of like leans back, and catches her breath for a second and turns to look. Yulia, what are you doing here? Who's manning the desk? Um, I'm so sorry, Asira. Miss Vandergrim here, of the Vandergrims, said that she needed to come and talk with you. She said she had a question about. Oh, I'm so sorry, Miss Vandergrim.
A referral, darling.
A referral.
And
Thank you so much. I
please,
got.
please don't let us keep you from your work. Feel free to return to your reception desk. I've recorded the way back to the entrance. I'm super certain that I could make my way back. No problem at all. Thank you so much for your help in guiding me to Yulia.
She's been great, and she'll hold up her like armfuls of little
Oh,
trinkets.
God.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, same.
Make
They're awesome.
I'm low key dismissing Yulia, but I don't want her to like
yeah.
I
Make a
want her to
perception
leave.
or make a persuasion check.
Okay.
With disadvantage?
mm,
I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Don't you fucking put that out there. You put
Yeah,
it into the
no.
world and it's not going to be great.
While that's happening, I'm gonna go up and give her a hug. Thank you so much for these trinkets. They're so shiny.
We're children.
13, 14, 15, 17.
17.
Yeah.
You see as she does that thing where she like opens her mouth to speak and then like visibly swallows the words. Sure. Yeah, that seems like a good idea. Just make sure to stop by the desk on your way out and I'll make sure that you're all set up. And you watch as her eyes kind of like flick back and forth between you and Asira. And then she like steps outside the door and like mouths, "I'm sorry."
What does Asira look like?
Asira is kind of tall and willowy. Like her build is like that of like Honey Lemon from Big Hero 6.
Mm-hmm.
And she's got like her hair like all tied to in like these multiple braids with like little silver charms hanging down from it.
Okay, cool.
I
So,
hadn't. Okay.
She's got like welder's goggles that are like pulled up, like, or rather like safety goggles kind of thing.
What race is she?
Human.
Okay, just for sketching purposes.
Yeah.
I will lean into like Mithra and Kayla and just be like, okay, I haven't thought this far ahead. I got us here, but like, what should we do now?
So Asira looks unimpressed with you guys. So she's looking. She's not quite as tall as Othala or Road. But she kind of like folds her arms. And you can see like she's not like built, not like exceptionally strong. But like repetitive motion does like tone a person. So she like lays eyes on each of you, and is not intimidating. Her air and her essence, I think, is the majority of it, though. She's like that dismissiveness.
Road
Like,
is
why
good.
are you here? Kind of a thing.
Oh, she's trying to just, what's the word for it? Dismiss our awesomeness.
Yeah. So why are you here?
Road's gonna crick his
She said that
neck
there
and
was a
crack his knuckles.
recommendation.
He's gonna crick his neck and crack his knuckles. We're here to talk to you about some rotten produce.
What are you talking about?
He's gonna.
Go ahead.
It's like, do we have any more of that dust?
Yep. Kayla has it.
Yeah, I pull it out. Yeah, we found this in some produce that was bought by a friend of yours.
Fuck.
Yeah. Fuck is right.
So recalling that 25 on your perception check from earlier. So the main like object in this room is like the conveyor belt, and it like comes into where her like little workstation is, and then like leaves through other like portals in the wall. Not like magical portals, just like windows or whatever. There is a little desk in one corner with like some papers like stacked up on it, And there's also a flower pot with this like shriveled black plant that almost seems to be like the desktop underneath it, underneath the flower pot, is like blackened, almost like it's on like a hot object is on it. And this black plant is like emanating up from this like red crystalline substance. She goes, "Fuck."
Okay, so as soon as she says fuck, and I'm also simultaneously noticing the evidence, I'm going to cast suggestion on her. If that's okay.
Okay. Is that a wisdom save?
It is a hold please. It's a wisdom 14 save. She's probably very wise, but we'll see.
She's more hit than whiz. That's a 4. No, that's a. Nope, she does not succeed.
So as soon as she says fuck, I'm going to kind of look over and say, I suggest you start talking right now and tell us everything you know about this rotten food and who is involved.
Okay, hold on. Reread. Described in no more than 20 foods or 25 words. I suggest you start. Let's say, start talking right now and tell us whoever is involved with this rotten food. Okay. Yeah, that's less than 25 words. So
I said also everything you know, so I don't know if that is enough words.
Yeah, that's fine. It's within a rounding error. So you watch as like her entire stance changes. She kind of like goes a little bit robotic. Like that dismissive posture that she had a second ago is just gone. She's almost like lacking in any kind of emotion. She goes, well, yes, I've been poisoning some of the foodstuffs. Basically anything that comes out of here that's not sanctioned. I was told to do this by the administrator when he found out I was skimming a profit off the side. Unfortunately, this job does not pay too much, so the little bit of electrum that I'm able to earn by just doubling my energy a little bit is what's been paying for me to go through school. However, when the admin found out about this, decided that there was some penalty that needed to be had. So he told me to continue selling, but to add some of that over there to every box that I sent out that was not sanctioned. Actually, that feels like it suffices to the letter of your command.
Yeah,
As
pretty much.
as she like gestures to that, and like her hand drops, like you watch as she like comes back to herself. Son of a. Okay, now, and she's going to like flick or like snap two of her fingers in like an arcane gesture. And like this is like the wizard equivalent of like drawing a sword. As she pulls like
fun.
Doctor Strange looking shit, and she's got like glyphs beginning to surround her. Explain yourself. Who the fuck are you, and what are you doing in my office right now? Go ahead.
Go ahead, yeah, you go.
Do we want to charm her again?
No, I feel like we could. I feel like we got what we needed out of her, and she's not really who we're looking for, right? Like, or she is, but now we just have to solve the problem of like, how do we help her help us, or how do we get the admin to like back the fuck off, or like how do we trick the admin, or who is the admin? Like, I think that's gonna be sort of the play here. Honestly, is can we pay her to keep providing us with good food and pretending to spoil the food, or do we have to nix the person who is telling her to spoil the food, or like, you know?
Question, Garo. Does the Transmuters Guild have, like, I don't know, a guild pendant, some sort of indicator that you remember?
I don't know that it would be like a physical like object so much. Maybe like I don't. Yeah, I sure. Yeah, you know what? It's fine. Like there's probably like logos or medallions or like ID badge kind of things. Um which you would be more you'd be in possession of since you're like a student. Um
Or even just, like, yeah,
things.
like a student ID, whatever.
Yeah, basically.
When
You'll
she
have
starts
something of this.
Yeah, when she starts getting understandably aggressive, I'll kind of flash that and just be like, "We're not trying to get you more in trouble. We're just you doing that and pointing at the dust. That's our problem. So maybe we can figure out a solution that solves both of our issues. But preferably no blasting, because, like, she can blast things, and I'll point at Othala, and I can blast things, and these ones, pointing to the physical fighters, can
I
punch
flex
things.
my muscles.
They can punch
Raise my
things,
eyebrows.
and they can punch
Your
things
eyebrows.
really hard.
What
So
does flexing your eyebrows look like?
flexing your eyebrows.
I'm just imagining little biceps coming out of her eyebrows.
Okay, Max, that needs to be the promo art for one of these next episodes.
Like arms for her eyebrows.
Fucking
flexing.
Taz flexing her eyebrow.
Okay.
Why do I think that Patrick Starr did something like that in an episode of SpongeBob?
Amazing.
I probably
I'm
did.
getting very strong Patrick
that
Star
would not
vibes.
surprise me.
Okay.
East? I thought you said Weast. Shit.
Here we go. Found it.
Oh, there you go.
Yes, you need to. We need. We need.
Continuing?
We need to have that.
Don't
need to have
lose
that.
your way.
We need to have that, but Taz.
That's what the fusion of Othala and Taz would look like.
Oh Jesus.
Oh
So
god.
good. Okay, anyways.
Okay. So Asira is not attacking, but she's not like lowering her guard.
Right. Like, I don't want her to.
Respectfully.
I don't want her to start attacking because that is a one-way ticket to explodey things.
Yeah, she is definitely on guard though. So she's like maintaining her glyphs, basically just waiting for the verbal component to release these spells. What do you want? Clearly you're here for some sort of blackmail if you're going to walk in and enchant a person out of nowhere.
Okay.
So,
in my defense, we didn't talk about that beforehand. And that might be a conversation might need to be had.
She's got the evidence that we were looking for right there. I just
mean, you
figured,
could've-
to speed these up, things up a little bit. I apologize. You're
You-
correct. No, I'll turn to
Othala's
her.
in trouble with Mithra.
Shut up. I apologize for my behavior. We are trying to find answers here, and what we want from you is for you to keep providing goods and services to those that you would skim off a little off the top, as you were saying before, taking a side cut, but instead, no more soiling of the goods.
But
That's what we want. We want you to continue to provide the services you are providing without ruining them.
yes, but we also understand that the reason you're doing this, as you said, is because someone else told you to. So
Just tell us
Would
who,
I- yeah.
and maybe we can figure out a solution that works for all of us. I'll like look at my nails, kind of like I don't know, like intimidatingly. I don't know if you could say intimidating. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, go ahead and make an intimidation check. This feels like an intimidation.
Sh- that one is confident, if nothing else.
let's do the frigid bitch dice. Hey,
Oh, that's what that sound
dirty 20.
was.
Yeah, it is. That's what the sound
I was
is.
so confused. I was like, I don't have a tab open with fucking noises on it. What was going on?
It's my icy dice. Because she's being icy and cold right now, and so that was a dirty 20 for intimidation.
Okay, so you're basically the sum of your thing was tell us who's making you do this.
Yes.
So she does take a step back as like she begins to take in like fucking Rhodes bulk, Kayla's like martial stance, and Taz's like manic fucking grin with her barbarian axe on her back. Starting to realize like, oh shit, I might be actually outmatched here. And she does deflate a little bit and back up until the back of her hits the conveyor belt and says, fine, fuck. Okay. If this shit comes back to me, then I don't know if what I'm gonna do. Here's the thing. Mm-hmm.
We're not trying. We're pretty. She has some abilities to pull strings, so our goal is
mutually why don't we call this mutually assured destruction if this comes out? How about that? We'll call it even. I don't want you to know about. I don't want you blabbing about my shit and my involvement here, and I certainly don't want to ruin your station here in this a prestigious. She'll like look around, sort of wrinkling her nose. Prestigious position that you're in.
Yeah, it's like a grad student's closet kind of thing.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
Not like a literal closet, but like the closets that they stick the grad students in to do work.
Yeah.
So she kind of backs down for a sec. Okay. Here's the thing. You don't understand, like, not only is it a fucking lot of work to get through these programs and become a full-fledged transmuter, it's also fucking expensive. And
oh, I know.
If I try to do any projects of my own, like those aren't subsidized. Like any materials that I need, I have to pay for out of pocket. So, and that takes Electrum, and you can only get so much. So, let's make a deal, I guess.
Who deals in one episode, Garrow?
Yeah, she deep breaths and it's like, okay.
Listen, your patron is dancing for joy right now. He's like, look at my little demon go.
I'm fucking dancing in my little chair, like, here we go. This is what I fucking built this character for, bish.
All right, what's this character's name, real quick?
Asera, Asera.
All right, done with this one now. I tried to make her look like a tired grad student.
Yeah, that's fully the correct energy here.
Nice.
So yeah, she like falls back up against the conveyor belt, and like, okay, shit. Well, here's the thing. So, Oakroot found out what I was doing, but for some fucking reason, he said to keep doing it, which really threw me off because I really thought I was going to get fired or something else. But apparently, he's got some bigger scheme in mind. He seemed to know like that I was selling this shit to the Ithasand. And I don't know what that is over there, but he told me to just put it every time I make an extra box, I'm supposed to put a handful of that underneath the like a page in the bottom. Like there's supposed to put that in there. And then he has me send all of those boxes over to his office. And after that, actually, I don't know. I don't know what he does to them. He has me send the boxes over to him, and then after that, I get them back like a day later. Not even a day later, like a couple hours. and then I talk to Jax and I make a few bucks or make a few coins, and that's it. And I know that if I stop doing what Oakroot says, then he's gonna have the Aegis fucking arrest me, because it's not like stealing this stuff is legal. This tourmaline is not cheap, and making extra copies for my own profit is. Let's just say if Oakroot decides to throw me to the Aegis, then I'm fucked. So yeah, that's it. That's the whole thing. You seem like someone who can get shit done because usually Yulia does not. Usually Yulia only gets up from the desk for people that she thinks are like rich or famous or something. So I assume you're one of those categories.
Do you recognize her colors?
No, should I?
That other girl is just a ladder climber. I love it.
Please, I'm not one to play the "oh, how dare you not know me" card. You may call me Othala Vandergrim.
So her expression doesn't change until you say Vandergrim, and then she goes, "Oh, fuck."
I know, right?
And
How did I get myself
my
into
dear, we are tied together in this conundrum that we found ourselves in, aren't we?
So, okay. So, here's the thing. Actually, you might be be able to make this happen. Okay, okay, okay. That makes sense. Yeah. So, the one who's having me poison the shit, that's Oakroot. He's my boss. His office is over on the far side of the building, but generally he is not usually there. He's got like a lab out in the edges of the floor here. So you'll probably find him there. Or if you wanted to like wait around, he might show up in a couple hours. Because I do have a set of crates here for him. For him to do whatever the shit he's gonna do. But this is I don't know. Actually, I don't. I don't want to know what you're gonna do to Oakroot. Just don't do it here because that seems like it could get really fucking messy.
Wait, where does he
And if
pick these crates up at that you're giving him?
He
I
picks
send
them up
these over.
here.
Yeah, I send him to his office, and then a couple hours later, he has the
So we could
workers
just
like move it back across the floor.
we could just wait for him in his office. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, but this place is a little bit
Well, maybe we should.
public.
Why don't we could stake out? Is there any way we can? We don't. Then you guys are magic, are you?
Yeah, you guys did note that this is as you were walking through the floor, like there is a number of peacekeepers as well as like Aegis Knights throughout here. Not like a knight on every corner kind of thing. Not like some of the like 115 right now is basically on lockdown. It's been a hell to or no, sorry, not 115, 110. Where the execution recently took place.
Is there
or attempted execution.
Is there any way we can like stake out this place and just like follow the guys when they come to pick up the order?
Yeah, I think that would be a good idea. I think so. Yeah, if you hang out, tell you what, Yulia will probably let you do whatever whatever you want. She'll probably like set you up in the lounge. And then when Oakroot shows up, you can do your thing. Probably best. I don't know exactly where his lab is. I've never been there. I just know that he like does work off campus basically. So
So he leaves, and enters through the front door. Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, he works here.
I know, but he's taking suspicious crates and leaving through the front door.
I mean, if he's
Is
probably just
No, he
materials
doesn't-
for his work. I don't know.
No, he doesn't leave with the crates. Not these ones. These ones he like has me send into his office and then they come back on the line here. So and like you can see it like there's a chalk bag that matches some of like the colorings that Jax had on the crates back at his place. So yeah, if you're gonna go after him, please leave me out of it. And so as she like says, please leave me out of it, she kind of like does like a little half-hearted like double thumbs up. And we're gonna actually call it there. So that way you guys IRL have a week to decide what you're going to do if and when Oak Root shows up tonight. So
cool. Hey, Road, you might finally get to punch someone.
I want to punch someone so bad. Oh my god.
There's been so much like sleuthing, and it's been very Othala game, but like Arden game is like, when do we get to fucking punch someone? I'm like, Road, when do we get to punch someone? Okay, cool.
I mean,
take
technically, you guys could have interrogated Tom Broadgill, and boy,
Yeah,
I did
but
come
we
up with
wanna-
a stat block.
simple farmers.
I did come up with a stat block for boy, just saying. So,
Yeah, tell me, was boy a barbarian?
No, he was tanky. He was kind of like brawlery, but he also had like 1 level in druid.
Mm.
Like,
Also,
That
I
makes
never
sense.
would have let that happen where we would have picked on the farmers.
I mean, yeah, I was trying
Never
very
would've
much
let that
not
happen.
to fight the farmer. That's
Taz said she was not pro fighting farmers.
It was one of the other 3 Fs. Now.
ha.
All right.
So yeah, there were options. Like you could have beat up Jax.
But he's pretty.
Yeah, you're making these characters too likable, Garo. I feel like you need to step up your Crody
Garo-
game, because like we can't.
We
hit
need
all
we need
these
some
cute
puppy.
NPCs.
We need some puppy kicking. You know, some.
With what I know
I have a
now,
feeling we'll
Jax.
get it- I have a feeling we'll get it with this Oak Root guy. I think that's where we're gonna find
Also,
it.
Max, when is cute lizard or dino barmaid make an appearance?
Lizard folk. Eventually. Yeah, she's awesome.
Oh, cat! What the fuck? Alright.
I'm going with the traditionalist view where lizard folk, no memories.
Of course.
Where the fuck did you find that image of Satsuki Kiruing deadlifting with her eyebrows?
I don't know.
yeah.
I couldn't
I
find a
said
better
it-
version of it.
I said in
That's
chat.
literally what I was
we-
fucking picturing
we
for
need-
Taz.
We need to have Taz do that.
Oh god. Okay.
But instead of like sipping up a cup of tea, she should do something else. Like
Eating a
I mean,
sandwich.
she's
Farmers
obviously
tchotchkes.
also flexing. It's
She's-
like quad
Yes,
flexing.
yes.
She's like
the
Machamp.
double flex.
All right. Was there any other experience we got for just the session today?
Oh yeah, so 100 XP for attending the session. For getting to the Transmuter Guild, the group gets to divide 250 experience points.
What
Actually,
is
yeah,
250? What is 250 divided by what? 5?
Yeah.
Hold on.
it's 50 a pop.
Okay.
And
I'm so close. I'm so close.
and Othala,
Yes.
for noticing the poison and making the deals. For both of those together, that's another 100.
Yeah, what's up, brother? I did so good today, guys. Oh, sorry.
So
I'm bragging.
this is
I don't
just
normally do that.
this is a
The
Hail
chat wanted-
Mary.
Yeah, if chat wants to name an MVP for the night, that would be another 50.
Whatever
But
chat is
I don't
left.
know
There's
who's
not a
here.
lot of people.
Yeah, I feel like
Yeah.
a lot of
All
people left.
First person in the chat to say, first person who's not one of the players in the chat to say the MVP, go ahead and say it.
Damn, you really cut us off at the knees there. Thank you.
Now,
How many people are even in this chat? There's 6 people in this chat. That's
how many
like all of us,
are
and
us?
that's it.
Exactly.
It's whatever.
It's a little late.
Yeah, I think
Alright,
there's
let me-
nobody in the chat except for us.
All right, now
plus-
I have a question. Hail Mary for me.
Well,
It's
do I-
we have now. There's 10 people in Twitch chat.
It's 100
Oh,
just
snap.
for attending, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Do I get any experience for doing what's it called? Live live NPC creation?
Oh my gosh.
This is your stream. This is your.
Damn it!
No, this is your.
I feel like you win by getting the monies.
That's true. That's true. I'm 50
I
experience
gain it?
away from leveling up. This is bullshit.
You're not.
Do
You're not.
I
paying
gain
us to
any
do this.
experience
Did
for
I fall?
work for my interrogation of Jax?
Missing one session means I'm like I'm that far behind. Damn.
I also must be. I'm 900 away. So.
Oh my
I
god,
don't
someone
know.
just rated us with 7 viewers.
I'm 600 away.
Ah,
Hey,
we'll
thanks
have
for
to
the
pick
raid,
an
guys.
MVP.
Hey,
Well,
you
Well,
got...
chat, everybody type in Taz in the chat.
No, not Taz,
no,
not Taz.
no,
Pick one of the
that's
NPCs.
cheating.
Pick one of the NPCs. Say one of the NPCs' name. First person to say it. Go.
Oh my.
Any of our name tags. Any of our name tags. Read it.
Damn.
Nope.
Getting a lot of Hong Kongs.
Yeah. Hong Kong is the MVP. Is the
I would
MVP
like.
of the
Oh,
oh,
damn it! Osama got it.
Fuck!
I win.
Sketchy Raven, you fucked me.
I appreciate you, Dino Tortilla. You just gotta type it in faster next time.
I appreciate you, Toxic Beats.
Raven. I win the extra XP for being the MVP. Rightly so, since I totally
You did
carried
do a
all
lot
of
of
those
shit.
conversations. I did a lot of shit today, guys.
But
Next session I'll roll all terribly again, under 10. So we'll be right as rain next session. But today I feel pretty good.
Thanks for the follow, Sketchy Raven.
Okay.
Oh, it was
But,
that
yeah.
600. I see what it was. It was the 600 XP from episode 6.
I really appreciate you guys coming.
The mouse guy.
I really appreciate the raid, but we were actually just about to finish our stream as well, and we were just picking an MVP player to get extra experience at the end of the session. So
How many XP was it again? 50
MVP is
extra?
50.
It's 50.
Cool.
I am 30 XP from leveling up.
So far
Bullshit.
behind. I did
I'm
every
I'm
single one
20.
of these.
No, you're right about to on my screen. You're about to level up.
wait, was there another
I-
raid?
You're
I am
you're
not-
Oh yeah.
no.
It was a raid.
No. Oh,
Hannah, you're 2,685 out of 2,700. You're like one thing from leveling up. I'm the one. Well, Ashley doesn't really count since she's just missed so much. But then I'm the one now that's like 600 XP behind.
I'm 50 XP from leveling to level 4.
Yeah, it's because I missed the one.
Literally,
It means
I
do
missed the-
stuff because if you get XP in the middle of a session, like apply it immediately.
that's what I was doing.
Oh, smart.
But yeah, no, it was missing the one fight against that thing. Is that what fucked me?
Yeah. So do stuff in game because doing stuff gets you XP.
I
feel
was
like I should
trying,
have gotten
I was
extra
trying, I
XP
was-
for
but-
Jax.
I was trying, but I was acting too smart for my character, so I'm like, oh shit, oh fuck, oh, okay.
What's your intelligence?
Not that
11, I
high.
think.
I
That's
mean,
not
it's
bad.
it's average. Like
I know it's average,
above
but
average.
like,
It's above average technically.
You're not dumb. You're just average.
You're not like an 8, like I'm an 8 strength. Like that's like
Well,
a
see,
lot.
but
honestly,
You
Okala.
work some
I
part
should
of
have
Caleb
my
arm
could
character
beat you
wrestled.
in
I
arm
should have arm
wrestling.
wrestled
Charisma.
Tannis. I really should have.
Oh my god. We both could have leveled up. What are you thinking?
No, I don't think I would have won that one. You might have leveled up. for winning.
Yeah.
Well, actually, no. I think I should have gotten XP if I won the arm wrestling match, but you should have lost XP if you lost to me.
Rude.
I mean,
Let's be real here. You would have had to roll so bad to lose to me.
This is true.
especially with
Yeah.
how bad her rolls usually are.
Yeah, exactly.
That'll be the one time she's gonna get a nat 20. I'll be like, fucked.
I should have done it, but I was like, I don't think Othello would have bothered. Like she would feel like she wouldn't need to prove anything to you. Unless you were to try and make a bet with her, maybe she would have done it.
Alrighty, let's do a double raid. I'm gonna raid someone else.
Woo! No raid.
Let's see here. I don't want to raid T. Let's raid someone who.
And we like slimes in this family.
Yeah, so slime raid if you're coming from my channel, but otherwise, ooh, is this someone doing a Curse of Strahd campaign? We'll raid them.
Perfect.
Nice.
Start raid. Double raid. 5, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13. And let's go.
It's midnight. I'm going to head to bed.
Before you go to
Yeah.
bed, does everybody agree with
Bye,
Taz switching
guys.
her wisdom and charisma score?